I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking let's go Jets. Jets, 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 Jets.
Oh my god. You guys are bad.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Dana.
We can't all be beautiful.
DayngerZone, baby.
I think he has more thought-provoking questions.
I'll be in the danger zone.
Oh my god, let's go!
Totally.
It's showtime.
Okay. Now it's showtime.
Now it's showtime, baby. Now it's showtime. A little pause, a little for dramatic effort, you know what I mean? We put a little effort in for the drama, but we're not really here so much for drama. This isn't Grey's Anatomy. This is Jets Anatomy because we're breaking it down. We are cutting into it, baby, and cutting into each other too because we like to do that. But Dane, what's going on this wonderful Friday night?
I like to chop you right at the knees. Just a heads up, dude. Not much, guys. Do you recognize that intro by Murphh there? That is exactly why he is the co-host of the year, baby. I didn't have to say a word. Just sit back, Murphh. Take it home, baby.
Shut the hell up, Dane.
For once in my goddamn life. Murphh, good to have you, brother. We missed you last week. However, Scott Sasquatch filled in. Bro, dude, awesome guy. Fantastic. Dude. Yeah.
And Scott's been spotting me a lot lately, and I appreciate that. I don't know if he's in here yet, but I appreciate the hell out of you, Scott. Not only your little quips and shit in our little group chat, but I appreciate him kind of subbing in for me whenever there's times I can't be here and stuff, and it's been a little tight lately. But I think we're having a full night tonight with me. I think you're going to be sick of me before the night's over. But
let's go.
Not just a full night because of me. We also have a nice guest coming on tonight.
What? What are you talking? When was I going to find out about this?
Never. I'm just running the show now. Get over it, Dan. I come in once a month and run the show. No.
Hey, man. Hey, yeah. Keys are all yours, man. I'll just leave them in the Dropbox when you're done. Chat's already cooking, man. I will say I saw some people here early. Before we get to that guest, we he's going to be here in a couple minutes, actually. Already some questions for him in the chat. But before we get to even those, let me just shout out a few people. And if I miss anyone and you see anyone I don't, let me know. Boy Green in the house, bright and early to the stream. Maybe that's a payback for when I tune into him at 4:30 in the morning. That's a bright and early, I'll tell you. So yeah, shout out Boy Green. for doing doing the Lord's work on weekday mornings. That's for sure. Because bro, when you get up at 4 and you're trying to get ready, drink some coffee and stuff, it's just nice to put someone on and listen. And dude,
Well,
hell yeah.
when he started that Boy Green Daily, and he's decided to do it early in the morning like that, I remember thinking like, damn, that's early. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I was like, that's actually perfect for me because as Dane and probably a lot of you know, I'm up early as shit, not because I want to be, but because, work demands it. I'm up 4 a.m. getting ready for work, start at 5. And so, that 7 o'clock rolls around. It's something to click on, put my phone back in my pocket, headphones in, and I'm working. I can just listen to some Jets BS, man. And that's what we like to do.
Dude, I mean, who doesn't want to listen to some Jets talk? And then you get some zoinks, you get some wow. I mean, it's just a perfect morning.
It is cute. I'm not gonna lie.
It is. Dude, it's great. It's stuck in my head, man. It's like like an earwig or whatever that saying is.
Yeah.
It just gets in there and it's stuck, man. Moving on though, Bill M in the house, Peg and Artie, Artie and Peg in the house. Artie carrying a wrench around here lately. Shout out to him. Fucking
Hell
A,
yeah.
man. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Love that.
Greg with his all caps, you can't miss him. Amid in the house, haven't seen him for a bit. Well, I see him from time to time, but not this early. So good to have you, Amid.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude, we got some Jets nuggets, a little bit of nuggets. Murph, I don't know if in the last, I don't know, couple of days, I think Geno Smith has been he's been cited like 3 times. Have you heard anything about this?
Cited like as in citationed because old buddy likes the pedal. I mean,
Not SIGHT.
yeah. I'm just saying, old buddy likes the pedal, and I hate to tell him, but Robert Sala's not here anymore. You can't get away with that. There's no all gas, no brake. Like we need to slow down here, bud.
He likes the pedal, and we're not talking flowers. So yeah, we'll get into that with DomC for sure. Oh shit. I mean, with our very special guest, we will discuss this. Okay.
Dude, the cat's been out of the bag. I think you even
Yeah, I
put it
put
in
him
the
on a
chat,
thumbnail.
didn't you?
Yeah,
Come on.
thumbnail chat ticker. I spelled your name wrong in the ticker. Look at me, man, trying to rush last minute.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not friends
Jeez.
anymore.
No, dude, unfriend.
Just business
block.
partners.
Anyways, guys, glad to have everybody here, man. Kick back, enjoy the show. We're chilling. Friday night vibes. Boy Green got that news and notes real quick and early for the business folks, including us. But now it's Friday night. And I would expect y'all to be relaxing and enjoying yourself. We're going to talk Jets ball. Trust me. I mean, the last few weeks have stunk, man. Because I don't want to just fake it. And I know, Murph, you don't either. You don't want to just, clickbait or, engagement farm or whatever, We actually want to talk about people, things people want to talk about. And the last few weeks have been scarce, man. And, not anymore. I mean, next Friday will be our final show before camp, and once camp starts, gone are the hot takes, you got to get them in now. Who's going to win these position battles? Who's gonna show out? Who's gonna stink? Who's gonna be exposed? Jeremy Rucker. Who's gonna, be cut? How about that? Who's gonna be cut? We got to find all this out. But if you have a prognostication or a prediction, tonight's the time to air them out, along with next Friday as well. But we have DomC here as well tonight, at least momentarily we will. It's also a good time to pick his brain, because maybe you can ask him a question that'll help you decide where your final take will go, because you can kind of get his thoughts on things, and it'll steer you away. If you think some guy's going to get cut and it's a hot take, maybe pick his brain about that room and see what he has to say, or et cetera, et cetera. We got an expert in the building, is what I'm trying to say. When it comes to these parts, no better guy I would want to pick the brain of. I'm actually excited to pick his brain tonight. I don't know about you, Murph.
Of course, man. One of my favorite guests to have on, because it's a guy that doesn't just talk out of his ass. He knows what he's talking about, and it's somebody that you can trust, watches his film. He always at least has an idea. Like, I mean, even if he doesn't have film on somebody, or if he doesn't, know exactly what the schemes are going to be or any of that stuff, like, he still is going to have a good idea. Like, he never comes into it just completely blank and like, so that's why I love having Dom on, man. And there's no better draft guy. I mean, really, which maybe we'll touch into some of that too. I mean, I know 2027 draft, that's a while away, but I know a lot of people are looking forward to potentially drafting a quarterback. So maybe we'll pick his brain on that. I don't know, but either way, Dom, great dude to have on. Big supporter of the show, which I appreciate, Dom. Yeah, man, it's dead season. I mean, let's be frank, it's dead season. July is always pretty rough, June, July. Although if there was a time I was going to choose it to be dead season, it would be, around that time. People are going out, they're doing things, July 4th celebrations, people go camping, they do this and that, whatever. So I think it's a good time of the year to have a dead season if you're going to have one. But I'd put money on it within 30 years, which Jets probably still want to win a Super Bowl at that time. In 30 years, there won't be an NFL dead season, because it seems like every year they still make it, like, all year round. They still somehow grab headlines, man. The NFL, there's not many businesses out there that do better than they do about pushing their product, right?
Agreed. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I mean, we're all addicts for content, right? Like, and I don't know, maybe their proclivity for giving us content has fed us, to develop that addiction. Maybe it's, these daily shows and weekly shows. I don't know what it is, but the fact of the matter is, we are addicted to morsels of news and nuggets for the New York Jets. Okay, point blank. If we were just transplanted into some boring ass team in the Midwest or whatever that didn't have, any type of round the clock coverage like the Jets do, we would be miserable. So, like it or love it, man, they churn out content and we consume it. It's kind of a perfect marriage. We do wish that content was more appetizing at times. Let me just say, because I mean, but at the same time, you're starving. I think you'll eat anything, and most people around these parts will. So, yeah. I don't know what to say about that except.
So I say, while we're waiting on Dom, because I'm not exactly sure when he's coming in, I really want to save a lot of the Jets stuff for Dom. So, but there is some NFL nuggets, since we're just talking about the NFL, we'll get into. Dane, one of the big things that happened recently, Seattle Seahawks sold. Bold move, bad move, I don't know. Maybe you pick your brain on that or whatever, but correct me if I'm wrong, 9.6 billion, or is it 96 billion?
9.6.
9.6. That's what I was thinking. 96 is way too much. Anyway, it's a lot of money, man. But the NFL, and we kind of very briefly discussed it, but the NFL revenue just keeps going up and up and up. But they just won a Super Bowl. What do you think about Seattle Seahawks selling? And then there's some other little NFL nuggets that we want to talk about.
First off, I don't. Before I get to my take, like, I don't know how you have an NFL franchise in your family and you sell it for anything. I don't. I mean, there's people out there that would give up a newborn baby that they just had to own an NFL team.
Dude, I'd do that for season tickets. What are you talking about?
Right? Like, no, I get it though. Like the dude dies and they win the Super Bowl, they kind of cash out. That's the verbiage I would use. They cash out. You know, they cashed out at a record high sell price. I think it was like damn near 50% higher than the Commanders sold for. I mean, maybe 40%. I don't know. Don't quote me on that, but a lot more than the Commanders went for. Obviously, a better team, though, but um, I still don't know how you sell. I don't. Because let's face it, man, the NFL could have a shit product for years and still make revenue. Like, they're just,
Look at the
they're,
Jets.
dude, they're raking these networks over the coals and these marketers and all this. Like, they don't even need a good product. They just need the advertise. Like, you know what I mean? But, dude, if okay, question. We're watching, people are watching the World Cup, blah, blah, blah. And, we just watched the NBA finals. If they plucked a Thursday night football game out of thin air, out of this season, and injected it when the World Cup was played, maybe not the finals, but like when a random World Cup game is on, just bloop, and it counts toward this season. How many people are watching Thursday night football in July?
Shit ton, dude. A shit ton. It could be Raiders Browns, and I'm dude. Screw FIFA. Sorry, respect to the athletes and all that. Screw FIFA. I'm watching ball, dude. I'm watching football, American football. So
Facts. Very,
doesn't
very
matter,
well
man.
spun. Yes, very well spun. I like that. But I mean, that's the thing. Like any football is good ratings, is clicks, is advertising. And I'm not saying like I don't know. All I'm saying is the NFL hasn't peaked, and I get it. You could argue that the Seahawks have because they just won the Super Bowl. But, but, what would they sell for 5 years from now if they simply make the playoffs and look okay, and then sell? Like who knows, man? Inflation and revenue and
Probably
all
another
that.
bill.
Dude, probably another bill. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
another bill. Like, so yeah, I'm shocked that they did. I know all the circumstances and all that, but at the same time, like, hey man, kudos to them. They sold for damn near 11 figures. 11 figures.
That's crazy. It's crazy money. And that, like I said, what was it 96 billion or 9.6? You know why I made that's a huge difference in money. Like, obviously, it's a huge difference. But to me, it's just like that is money I will never see in my life. So the difference was just like whatever. I don't know. But totally agree with you. I'm a football guy. I think we're all football people. So, like, I think if any one of us owned a franchise, we're not selling it. It's not like we're broke. We're making money off of it. We're still rich as hell. But so I'm totally with you on that. One of the other nuggets that seems to be popping up, I keep getting notifications, and it's like nothing is concrete. We don't really, as far as I know, nothing is concrete. But like, we keep hearing about Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald's at Rams practice. Aaron Donald was spotted with this guy. Aaron Donald, this and that. Are the Rams all in? Is Aaron Donald coming back? Are they going to be all in this year? What do you think, Dane?
I think they were all in when they talked Stafford into another year. So I think they were. It's just like they're just ramping it up even more. Like, yeah, they are. Simple answer, yes. Chat, what do you guys think? Like, are the Rams, is there any world where the Rams are just trying to field the best team they have? Or are they pushing all their chips into the middle? Because, I mean, after all, they did spend their first round pick on a future quarterback.
Yeah, but they also spent first round picks was it picks? I can't remember what the compensation is now. It's been a minute, but Myles Garrett, right? They spent a lot of draft capital for what, a 30 or 31-year-old edge, who is in his prime still, what I mean? Like, that dude takes care of himself, so this is still his prime. He's probably still got 2 or 3 more years of just absolute elite ball, but that was the big move for me. Obviously talking Stafford back is a big deal, but bringing Myles Garrett to the mix, and it's like all of a sudden Aaron Donald's talking about coming back in, and it feels like they're all in, like they were the year they won the Super Bowl last time, and they were contenders last year. I think that the Rams were the second best team in the league, like in the playoffs, like going into the playoffs and stuff. They were the second best team to the Seahawks. The Seahawks were just playing absolutely elite defense, and they were doing exactly what they needed on offense, But the Rams were the second best team as far as I'm concerned. And I think before the injury with Bo Nix, I think the Broncos were right there too with them. But yeah, they know they're close, and they know they only have so much more time, with Stafford. I think they're all in, man.
All in indeed. Paul chiming in with a good factoid, and one that it did escape me at the time of my rant. He says Seahawks owner Paul Allen stipulated that the Hawks be sold and the money donated to charity. So the surviving members of the family did not have a choice. Bottom line. If they did, I think they'd probably be leaning toward us, where it's like, okay, let's just wait. I know, our stock is high, but NFL's is higher, But yeah, good point there, Paul. Appreciate you, brother.
I didn't realize that, but I'd like to be part of that charity. 9.6 billion. Is all that really going to charity? I kind of wonder, because I think we should all be doing pretty damn well if that's the case.
Facts. Yeah, you could probably solve world hunger for at least 10 months with that. 96.
At least buy everybody a Toyota Camry or something. I mean, I don't know.
96, if I think, or wait, 9,600 millions.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Bruh.
I don't know how many people are in the U.S., but I think that'd be a nice little stimmy check, wouldn't it?
Stimulate me, baby. All right, moving on.
Cut that.
Yeah, that might have to be a drop later on. Yeah, Bill says 9.6 to charity. Wow. I mean, I assume that his other business ventures probably went to the family, but did they value it that? I don't know, man. Yeah, and Afram chimes in. He says, "Trust me, the Allen family is not hurting for money." Yeah.
Oh yeah. I believe it.
Dom. By the way, Dom. Let's see. Okay. Dom will be here any minute. So he ran out to his car, but he's already logged in. He'll be ready to click. And yeah.
Don't worry, I got eyes on him. I'm watching him run to the car currently.
Yeah, the danger zone ring.
He can't see my drones in the small right now.
Speaking of DomC, if you have anything to say, feel free to chime in. But I'm just grabbing his channel. Actually, what am I doing? It's in the description. Let's see. There we go. Copy that. Murph. Sorry, Murph. Let's rewind.
Rewind. Okay, rewind. What's up?
How was your week?
I thought I was going to sneak by without getting it. I really did. I thought I was going to
never
see just to see if I could do it. The week was it was good. Did a lot of different things this week. I was kind of running around doing all kinds of different stuff. But yeah, it was good. I think I only worked like 53 hours this week, so not too bad. That's not a bad week. That's not a bad week. Last year this time it was 63, 65. So yeah, I'm cool with 53. But yeah, it was, this is a busy season for us, people are thirsty. People are thirsty. It's hot out. It was 92 yesterday, real feel of 103. Today it was 91, real feel of like 98 or something. that's hot, man. That's hot for West Virginia. I mean, that might be like whatever for Arizona or something, but I didn't grow up with that type of that type of heat here in West Virginia. So yeah, I've been sweating, buddy. But it was a good week regardless.
You get time and a half for anything over 40?
Of course,
Oh, there you go.
wouldn't take
Hell
a
yeah.
job that I wouldn't.
And 53 is a lot like 60, man. Congrats. Making that bank, baby. I love it. I love it. We put a roof on this week, Monday
Ew.
through
Was it
Friday.
hot?
Dude, hot. It was at times, yes, but honestly, the biggest problem was the wind. Where we were, the wind was gusting 30-mile an hour. And it's just like me, my brother-in-law, a girl, and a 70-year-old man.
Was
Uh,
it
and
metal or okay,
sheet
metal
metal.
roof?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. In the wind, bro.
It catches it. Yeah, it catches it. Yeah, I can only imagine.
And it's
But
not.
I do like putting on metal roofs. I've done one or two when I was younger. I prefer doing that than shingles. Excuse me, shingles.
I've done shingle as a kid, as a teenager. I didn't mind it, but yeah, metal's a lot easier. The only trouble in the wind, I mean, it wasn't even the metal; it was the insulation because it's like 6 foot wide, and you got to go to the peak and roll it all the way down like 52 feet, and then there's four of us trying to hold it down when this wind's coming and just jacking it up, man. It was a challenge, man, but we got her done.
Driving the screws is tough too. You know, you got to get some leverage in to get it to set. But once you get it set, you're good. It'll sink. But yeah,
Dude,
I can imagine.
it's all about the way you use your body. It's not like what your body is, it's how you use it. Thank God. Because, I'm slight of frame, but I do know how to use, like I've, compensated my whole life for strength.
And
So,
put your beard behind it. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
what you got to do.
Facts, man. Get that hot metal woven through. Love it, man. Uh, you know what? Speaking of hot metal, or I don't know where I'm going with that. You know what?
When you said
Someone who
speaking of, I said watch him just botch this. I knew it.
it's way better when I botch it than when I
You botched
hit a
the
homer.
segue like a motherfucker.
You know what? Speaking of someone who can spit some hot metal, maybe I don't know. That probably
That was
still
better. It was a
sucked.
little bit better.
You know what? A guy we around here know and love, as do everyone listening now and in the future. Respect this guy's opinions. Not putting him on a pedestal because I'm sure there was a time, probably in like 2003 when he had a bad take. But let's not remind him of that. Let's focus on the 23 straight years of dominance. Dominance, Murph. Get it?
I get it.
The one, the only, DomC.
Get some metal to spit to you. I won't tell you.
He's drinking liquid metal right now, so he can
That's
spit
right.
it through later.
That's right.
That's right.
Boys, what's happening, man?
Bruh.
Oh,
Dude, very excited for this call-in, man. How you been, man?
I am good. I've been, you know what, dude? This is the first show I've been on since Ryan and I on Talking Jets went on summer break. So probably since the first week in June. Maybe even maybe even before that, maybe even May. I don't even remember exactly, but I just got busy, man. It's not. I mean, it's the perfect time to get busy because ain't shit going on, in this world. Like, kudos to the guys who are still grinding every day, and every week, like you guys. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just like it's tough, So I got my kids are, my kids are at that age. I'm involved. I coach both the boys in their baseball teams, and my little guy's still playing. His all-star team is still doing pretty good. So we've been really busy, dude.
hey, first of all, glad that you got like a break too.
Yeah.
Because it
You
is
need
good
to
to have that
sometimes, man.
reset. It's
Mhm.
good to have that like let me get my mind off it and then come back to it, and then you have that passion again when you come back to it. Like that's how I'm feeling tonight. I'm feeling a little passionate because I've been kind of lacking a little bit. Also,
Check.
good.
Sorry, guys.
Also, appreciate that we're your first one back. Like we're the ones re-popping your Jets cherry here. Like like
No, and it hasn't been like I said, it hasn't been purposeful. I think you're right, Murph, that everyone needs a little recharge once in a while. But kind of the stuff that I do, I'm grinding from August through April. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if you were a bartender down the shore in Jersey, right? You're working your ass off from Memorial Day to Labor Day, and then it's kind of just easy flow. Right now is my easy flow time. That didn't sound easy flow.
No, I know what you mean, man. What I will say, about the people grinding, man, I don't even consider myself in that. I mean, maybe I am, but like, dude, it's been difficult. Like, and I do feel like it's like, how bad do you need the clicks, really, to still make content the last month when there was almost nothing? I feel for the daily shows. Like I can do this once a week, and put together, an hour or two. But the people that are going daily, sometimes twice daily, like I don't know. You just better have really good callers, or a ton of them, or good guests, because it's been tough. I did not skip a Friday, but it's mainly because I know if I don't, like, there's really nothing else on, and I feel bad. At least there's something here. It might not be the greatest show ever, but people can mingle.
Bite your tongue. It is a fabulous show. Bite your tongue, man.
Thank you. I'll never believe that, but I appreciate you saying it.
You're welcome,
Dom.
Dane.
Yeah, I can't take a compliment ever. But yeah, kudos to Murph. He makes it all work. Dom, you mentioned, there was something you mentioned that really had me chomping at the bit, and now I lost it.
Yeah, something
Murph,
stuck in your craw there.
it must have been a lie. It must have been a lie.
That used to piss me off when my mom would tell me that. I'd be like, I forgot what I was going to say. And she'd be like, oh, it must have been a lie. I'm like, shut up. I didn't actually say that
because it probably was.
It might have been.
Probably was.
Might have been. Like, yeah, I'm just hanging out at my buddy's Friday night. Like, we're not going anywhere. In reality, we're going to somewhere else and getting drunk in the basement. Anyway, so Dom, there is, believe it or not, there is plenty to talk about.
There sure is.
And we're not getting into it just yet, but at some point we probably will talk a little bit of draft. Dane did text me a little bit earlier, and he said, damn, Dom's already like 25 deep just in quarterbacks or something. It was something like that. I don't remember. Yeah. I'm like, Jesus, Dom, like you're an animal.
Well, let's put it into context. You're right. I do have I have grades, so it means I watched more than 5 games on 25 quarterbacks and 20 running backs and a couple mismatched guys here and there. But some of that, in fairness, and I'm not trying to like pat myself on the back, because some of this is like a lot of these quarterbacks I eval'd last year. So I didn't rewatch. I just used the same eval. So there's a good handful of those guys that I carried over from last year. So, but
are they all guys that could potentially come out next year, or are they just 25 lump sum?
So in my summer top 10, now these, it's going to change because we haven't even sniffed the 2026 college football season yet. But in my summer top 10 at quarterbacks, only 2 are seniors. Every single one can go back. And probably will. Like, I'll go on record now. I would bet that we see Drew Mestamaker, CJ Carr, and Julian Sayin all return.
Wow. Yeah. And like you said, like all of it can get thrown out the window as you
Yeah.
get halfway through the season. I mean, like, look at the quarterback that we just landed, you know, in the draft. I saw mock drafts with him going number 1 overall, you know, before last season started. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and maybe those were a little
Going into the summer last year, he was my number 1, and then I got into Mendoza's film, and by August, I had kind of moved that way.
Yeah.
So you never know what's going to happen. That's why I said, like, these, you know, summer scouting rankings always crack me up. I do it for myself because it kind of helps my big board down the road be a lot smoother, that, you know, a lot more efficient with that. But like, people put out these top whatevers, and it's like, man, it's going to change so much by the end of the year. You know, you go back and you look, you compare my summer scouting to, you know, my final rankings. It's like, all right, you know, there's 8 guys here that we didn't even talk about in August.
Yep. And basically you're keeping yourself organized and prepared for the season coming up. But we're not going to get into that yet. We probably will touch on specifics.
Yeah.
We're going to touch on the closest thing to now is, like, you know, like training camp, right? And Dom, I just kind of wanted to get a general, like, what is DomC seeing in his future as, like, big camp battles, things to watch for? You know, maybe you even want to talk about cut candidates, or we can do that a little bit later or whatever. Just like training camp, what is DomC excited for about training camp?
Well, you know what I'm a little bit excited for? This is going to sound weird because I don't have... I'm very excited to see Geno Smith operate in this offense. Now, I do not think that Geno Smith is the savior, but I also don't think he's as bad as he was last year, you know? So if he kind of, you know, improves or regresses up to the norm of where he is, it's probably going to be the best quarterback play that we've seen in how many years? You know what I mean? So I'm excited about that. I think that he's going to prove a lot of people wrong. Again, still think he's probably a bottom 4, you know, bottom quarter, bottom 25, you know, percent quarterback in the league. I don't think he's the answer, but I don't think people remember how poor the quarterback play was last year, and, you know, the year prior to Aaron Rodgers.
Time heals all wounds, right? But yeah, I remember, Dom, and I'm with you. The only thing that scares me is, like, there's no way he shows us something better. He's got to get hurt, or he's got to. There's something there's no way. So, and that's just my pessimism, devil on the shoulder. But, you know, I would love a backup quarterback that has actually played. You know, he's thrown more than 200 balls in the league. But you know what? Before we even go down the what we need, Murph, what did you just hold up there a minute ago? What was that?
He got a Geno Smith jersey, huh?
Oh, that too. No. Yeah, he did hold up a Geno Smith jersey. I'm just wondering, did he go 70?
Was that from 2000
to get it?
Yeah, was that from 2003 or 13? I mean,
you're muted.
You're muted,
Murph. Yeah, muted.
We can't hear you.
This is OG. Sorry, guys. I was about to crack a beer, and then you asked me a question. Anyway, this is OG. This was actually probably one of my, and leave it to Dane to do that. One of my first jerseys, actually. I don't know if it was my first Jets jersey, but it was at least top 3. Like, and you have to understand the context. As you guys know, I'm from West Virginia. I'm a WVU fan. That's my number 1 team. I know I like Ohio State too, but WVU is my number 1. You know, Geno was killer for WVU. You know,
was.
I mean, like, his last season, he kind of fell off towards the end of the season. It was really disappointing. But, like, I mean, like the Baylor game, I mean, my God, like, he was killer. And I actually wanted the Jets to draft Tavon Austin instead. But when we made it to the second round and got a guy that I thought was going to go, like, mid to late first, and it was a guy from WVU, and keep in mind, back then I was broke. I didn't have a good job. I'm making like minimum wage, whatever. I still doled out the money because the jerseys were still $100 back then, I think. Doled out the money, and I bought a Geno Smith jersey because I'm like, it doesn't matter if he doesn't make it or if he doesn't stay. Like, that's a WVU guy going to my favorite NFL team. Like, so I'll never get rid of it, which I'd never get rid of any jerseys. They're too damn expensive.
Yeah. The real ones. Yeah.
And the fact that we brought him back, I'm like, shit, I can break my jersey out of the closet. Like, what do you
See, I'm actually the opposite, Murph. I won't don a jersey. I won't keep a jersey when the guy is not there. Now, it probably means I should be a little bit more not so foolish in the amount and who I'm buying jerseys for, right? But I mean, I bought one of the official Jermaine Johnsons. I thought when he was a rookie, I thought he was a long stay. I had a Quinn Williams. Who knew he was going to, he signed his contract. That was gold for me. And yeah, now forget it.
Yeah. Here we are. Yeah.
I just donated them all. The only jersey I have left now that I'll wear is Breece Hall. At least I got that for a couple more years, 2 more years at least, right?
Yeah. That's actually one I don't have.
Let me in here because I heard something that piqued my interest. Breece Hall.
Okay.
So Dom, a little framing here. You were with us Combine Week. Okay. Mm-hmm. Been a while. You popped in during the draft and helped us out with some of that coverage, but like we didn't really get to chomp and talk lengthy since Combine. A lot's happened. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, one is Breece Hall got extended. He didn't need to be yet, but he was. Thoughts on that choice and thoughts on the value, whatever direction you want to take it.
I was always pro keep Breece, because I think the running, I knew he wasn't going to get top of the market money, right? He wasn't going to get 18, 19, $20 million. The fact that our cap is now, after this year is going to be, exquisite. I think, and knowing that you're probably more than likely, and I'm sure we'll talk about this as well, but more than likely the scenario is, Geno's going to bridge over to whoever our rookie quarterback is next year, or, rookie quarterback and Cade Klubnik battle it out. Who knows? But there's no better security blanket to a young quarterback than a good running back that you can lean on. And I've always thought that Breece was a guy that could carry that load. So I'm happy he's back. And I think that the contract is, queued up well by Mooj that, you can get out of it after 2 years. He's still only 24 years old, right? The cliff for running backs is 27. So he gave you 2 years, he's locked in for 2 years. And then maybe, depending on how things go, they, keep that third. I don't know whose option it is. If the Jet, there's no guaranteed money after 2 years. So that's all I know. But, I'm happy he's here, man. He's one. I wanted that core four to stay. I did. I understand you can't turn down that deal for Sauce Gardner. I get it, but I wanted the core four to stay.
Yeah, Sauce and Jermaine and Quinnen, all of them. Breece, who am I forgetting? Because Quinnen wasn't one of them. Sauce, Breece, Jermaine, and
Garrett.
Oh yeah, Garrett. Yeah. I also, I'm sure Murph as well wanted those to stay as well. But that, you're right. Our socks were blown the F off with some of those deals. Murph, I have several questions. The chat has a few, but I'm sure you got one too. While I pick one from the chat, can you fire one at Dom?
Well, first of all, like, I just want to say, like, I'm with you on that, Dom. Like, I thought it just made the most sense to keep Breece, because what was our other options where we were sitting, like, I have not seen enough out of the other two guys for me to think that they're like workhorse running backs, like guys, 3 down guys, or even like heavy percentage share guys. Like, you know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
hate, I don't hate Braylon. I don't hate Dane's guy. Um, I'm blanking out.
Isaiah.
Yes, Isaiah Davis. Yeah. I don't
Oh,
hate either of those
baby.
guys. I think they're talented. I think that they deserve to get some snaps here and there, but they haven't proven to me that they can take the bulk of the workload, either of them yet. So
No, absolutely
you
not.
needed a guy that has done it before, and maybe the best is yet to come with him. We don't know, that based on the way it started, and then he got injured, and then it didn't look the same. Maybe not, but we'll see. We'll see. I saw some things out of him last year that calmed me down, because the year before it was rough. The year before, I'm like, this is not the same player. This is not the same guy. And then, like, the things that I wasn't seeing, I saw last year, and in certain spots. So I'm with you. Keep him for now. Like you said, we can be out in 2 years and it's fine. He's still young enough. Um, one of the big things that I just had to type down here. What the hell? Oh yeah. I wanted to get on because we mentioned the camp stuff, and I did want to kind of touch on. Is there any like surprising potential cuts for you?
Surprising potential cuts. Well, I'll
Just to keep an eye on, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the bar. I'll start low and then go higher. I think the tight end room is going to be interesting. I don't know, and without having the contract up in front of me, I know he was re-signed. I know he got some guaranteed money this year, but would I be out of this world, like, flabbergasted if Jeremy Ruckert wasn't on the final roster? No. I think the plan is right now is that he is tight end 2, and he's going to be the blocking guy to Mason Taylor, and they're going to use Sadiq in other ways. But would that be absolutely, like, shocking to me? No. I think the safety room, you're going to see some bigger names not make it, and I'll throw one out there, a little hotter take. Maybe it's Malachi Moore. I think everyone just expects it's going to be Cisco, and the way the contract, if you read the money, if you follow the money, it seems that Cisco is going to be the odd man out. But they paid Minkah. He's not going anywhere. They really like Dane Belton, who they brought in from the Giants via Washington or vice versa. So you got 3 there. Maybe it's maybe Cisco stays because he's got the most ability. He's got the most experience to play kind of that free role, that center field spot. What Malachi Moore did very well, I think that they're going to replace with a combination of Minkah Fitzpatrick and Jarvis Brownlee, because he played safety, sure, Malachi Moore, but he played a lot of time. He spent a lot of time in the slot and up in the box, and I think that's really where it's going to be. Minkah and Jarvis Brownlee holding that fort down, that big nickel. In run situations, I think you'll see a lot of Jarvis Brownlee in that role, because I think he's arguably, fits the run the best out of all of those defensive backs. And so I think you're going to see him playing that role, that slot, big nickel role, a lot in the run situation. I think Minkah will be Minkah will be down in the box more in pass situations to take out the tight ends and so on and so forth. So, Malachi Moore is, it's not that I want to see him gone. He was a 4th round pick. He's a young player, all that. But, when you just look at what they have and the way that it looks like they're trying to line up this defense, Brownlee and Minkah do what Malachi Moore did last year. So I just don't know where he's just not athletic enough. He's not loose enough to play that, he's not good enough in coverage to kind of play that free safety role, so he's got to be in the slot or close to the box, and you have two guys that are already better there. So that could be a surprising one, if you will.
I actually love that.
Music
And
to my ears.
yeah, well, for one, I love the originality of it, Dom, but I also personally love it because I really like Dane Belton. I don't think a lot of Jet fans are as high on him as they should be or know his game. But I know plenty of Giants fans who were bummed to lose him. Plus, I've said it a million times around here, but his first name is just fantastic. Second off, though, like Cisco, man, everybody wants to throw him in a blender and turn it on high. Like
he wasn't great last. He wasn't great last year.
Admittedly, you're right.
Neither was Malachi Moore.
Thank you.
And neither was Tony Adams.
Cisco.
Neither was anybody on that defense.
Cisco has done it though. Like, and I don't know that you said the financial ramification. I don't know that.
Yeah, they can be out of that contract with almost scot-free, no guaranteed money. So I think a lot of it's incentive based.
Dude has almost 10 or fringe 10 picks in his career. How many people on the D can say that? Not many.
Yeah, well, if you just look at how the safety room is constituted, right? He's the one who's got the most experience and probably skill set wise to kind of play the middle of the field, that center field role or the deep middle in cover 3 situations or deep half and when they man up. So he can do that probably the best out of all those guys in the safety room. So that's why I think there's a chance that he sticks. I also would have loved, I really like the VJ Payne pick. But he's not going to see the field this year, I don't think. You know what I mean?
Am I crazy in thinking like I would like to have Minka play deep? I just think that
he could do it, and I'm sure he will sometimes. But
maybe he's lost a step.
Yeah, he's lost.
But that experience is enough to get him in the right spots at the right time.
No, there's going to be situations, like I said, in run situation, like when they think it's a run, they're going to bring Jarvis Brownlee into the field to play the nickel, and when they and you can see Minka back there for playing free safety, absolutely. So you gotta remember, I mean, everyone talks about like what front, what if it's an even front or an odd front, 3-4-4-3. No one realizes, or not, shouldn't say it like that, but a lot of people forget that base defense these days is nickel, right? Mm-hmm. You usually have 5 defensive backs on the field most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time.
You know what? That's a good question. Sorry, Murph. If you have something, I don't want to go off. But Dom, you mentioned like the defense, what we could potentially be running, and I know like these recently past few years, a lot of NFL teams are running like 2 high shell. Mm-hmm. I don't know the nuances of how much we've ran it, but I wonder, does this defense that's been totally revamped, does it scream to you that we could be doing more of that like other teams around the league, or do you have no idea just based on paper?
I mean, listen, I don't know if you got to remember now that Aaron Glenn's going to be, kind of have even more say. He's going to be calling the defense. They ran, they ran the most cover 1 in the league when he was up in Detroit, but you had Kirby Joseph there playing center field, who was phenomenal. You know what I mean? The Jets don't have that. They have other guys, they've got no one nearly as good, but they've got a Brian Branch of the defense. You know what I mean? That's the Minka role, and that's the Jarvis Brownlee role. They got the other, they trying to form the defensive line, and I think they've done a really good job in addressing, really fixing the interior and the run defense. You got really, really strong up front. You could probably say, confidently, if everyone stays healthy, you're going to be looking at a very, very stout run defense. And the question is, when you have a stout run defense like that, and you can blitz a lot more. I think Aaron Glenn is going to want to blitz a lot more. It really is going to fall on the back end of the defense. You need guys that can cover. You need guys that understand their roles. And you traded away Sauce Gardner, and you have Brandon Stevens, who's probably the biggest enigma in Jets fan world. Like, people either love him or they understand that he had a couple bad games and he wasn't really all that bad. But again, even if you fall on the ladder and you don't think that he's that as bad as he played those first 2 games, he's still probably nothing more than a top 40, top 30, top 40 cornerback in the league. So you're really going to have to hope that you caught lightning in a bottle with Nashawn Wright. You hope, and I'm very confident in AZ Thomas. Like, I don't know if you guys remember Dano, maybe, but like, he was my guy in that draft class. He's a top 20 player for overall. I really believe in the skill set that he has. So you better find a guy that can stick and cover. Brandon Stevens, he struggled in Baltimore playing zone. So you came in and you hoped that he was going to be, play a little bit more man and really fix some of that stuff, put him in the right spot. And then he got all the attention because no one threw at Sauce. So we'll see what happens. The defense is going to look different for sure. I hope the back end can hold up. That's my concern.
I just want to say that, like, we were talking about, like, training camp and how battles are going to end out and stuff. I think the most intriguing thing to me is that defensive line, man. Like, I think that, like, especially, like, all the guys that we have that can play interior, or if it's a 3-4, in and out, whatever. We're deep. You mentioned it earlier, man. We are deep, especially guys that could potentially stop the run, and I know that was a problem for us. So, it's something you definitely want to do.
You're gonna see that. You're gonna see that shift, like, really, really quick. I think. People don't know. People know the name T'Vondre Sweat, but his skill set is exactly what Aaron Glenn wants. You know what I mean? He wants that big, guy that can anchor down, that can 2-gap, and can eat up linemen to free up his linebackers, right? And Demario Davis is old. I'm sure he's lost 2 steps, but I'm sure even at 30, what is he, 34? 33, 34? At 33
Demario?
Yeah.
1989, brother.
So how, do the math? I don't know.
37.
37, okay. So I bet you at 37, he still gets 100+ tackles.
I agree. He's one. The only reason I know that is because I was born in '88. So I'm like, damn, someone's still born in the '80s on my team. Yeah, I agree though. 100 tackles, pencil him in.
Yeah. So you have that. You have guys like it sounds stupid, and I'm not like drinking the Jets Kool-Aid, but a guy like Kingsley Enagbare, who can really, really be physical and really set an edge that we couldn't get for years with Michael Clemens, right? That we really haven't had since JFM left, right? Will McDonald's wonderful. He's just not that. He's not that player, right? He's not that player.
Absolutely.
Let me.
One more thing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure.
I apologize.
Sure.
But while we're talking about the interior line, Darrell Jackson Jr., the defensive tackle they drafted out of Florida State, he is another guy. David Onyemata, who is arguably a top 10 run stuff in defensive tackle. You got big guys that can anchor down and hold their ground and aren't going to get blown out, of plays, and are going to free up, guys like Demario Davis and Jamien Sherwood and David Bailey and Will McDonald to work free. I don't know if we realize how important that's going to be for the defense.
Where does Osai fit? Is he more edge, or is he in that lump too?
Nah, he's an edge. He's an edge. He's going to probably be my guess is he'll probably play, more of a 3-down role, unless there's certain situations where it's true pass downs, they'll bring in Will and David Bailey. But you could see a lot of. I think Osai might lead the defensive end in snaps this year. With
just thinking about that front seven gets me excited. I'm not gonna lie, man. Especially like that interior and how we can keep those bodies fresh too, like switching guys in and out. We are so deep there, and I'm probably going to cry no matter who we cut.
Well, it's going to come down to, like I said, my concern is the back four, if they're going to be able to cover and do cover well enough to do the stuff that Aaron Glenn wants to do, but none of it matters if we can't get home, right? So if the edges aren't getting home on their own, you're going to have to manufacture and create and blitz a little bit more and so on and so forth. And if those don't get home, you're leaving these guys who, again, I've the utmost confidence that AZ Thomas can be a good player. And I don't know a lot about Nashawn Wright other than he had a bunch of picks last year. And, we know what Brandon Stevens is. You're asking a lot of those guys.
You are. So, I mean, maybe you blitz if your D-line is getting home, maybe you blitz, maybe you just drop an extra guy. We'll see how good the secondary is, whether they can afford not to have us do that. But Murph suggested it. I suggested it. We got to hit a little bit of housekeeping, Dom.
Ahead,
I hope you don't mind. But we have some questions for you after these two items from the chat. First off, Jets fan Ali gifted a membership. Hell yeah. You know what, Dom? I said it a while back, man. You show up and the
money comes out, man.
Yes, facts, man. And Derek's down there giving you love. I don't know if you've seen that.
No, I don't have the chat up, so I don't.
Oh, got you. I will hit that here in a second. Well, you know what? Let me just hit it now. He says that you are one of his favorite draft experts for real. You do such a great job, my friend.
Derek, I appreciate that, dude. I mean that wholeheartedly. I truly appreciate that because I'm just a little speck in a really big niche. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? Jets fandom YouTube is huge, and you're a big speck there. So I don't know what that means, but I think it means more than what you think.
I love the word expert too. I love it because Dom works like an expert. Like the guy actually puts the work in, man. Like that to me is an expert. A guy that actually puts the hours in and really does go deep. And he's not afraid to change his opinion if he sees something that causes it to change. And that's what I respect about it. But yeah,
Dude,
Derek, you're right on the money, buddy.
Watch them all 22 and see how fast you get put to sleep. This guy does it for a living. Need I say more? Ali's gifted membership, though, went to Ronald. Appreciate you, Ali. For real, man. Glad you're enjoying the show. Ronald, hope this sparks you to circle back. It's been a little bit, but I know you, and I appreciate you as well. Derek doubled down with the compliments for Dom and gifted a membership to the channel. Appreciate you, Derek. Hell, man. Like I said, man, you get the wheels greased, Dom. I'm just saying.
You know what, dude? If I can figure out how to do one, I'll donate some myself here. I don't know how to do it though. I'm too old for this shit.
Hey, it's all good.
That, Dom. I get that.
Hey, your presence is the gift that we needed tonight, and I'm not just blowing smoke, man.
Man.
So okay, we do have some questions for you, Dom.
Let them rock, baby.
I'm going to sidetrack you before you get your wallet out. So, all right. First up, the one, the only Boy Green asks, why does DomC hate Ethan? Help me out.
Pochich.
His guts. I'll hang up and listen.
So, Paul, what's up, buddy? What Paul's talking about, Boy Green himself, the legend, is he posted something about Ethan Pochich, and I quote tweeted it, not to go at Paul, but just to put my opinion out there. And I think, I mean, it's probably in every fan base, but we're in the Jets fan base, so to me, I see it more often. Somebody comes up on hey, this guy's whatever, he's a free agent or he's available now. Everyone's just like, oh, Jet, perfect fit. And the Ethan Pochich thing, like, I understand the idea that people want some more interior depth. Okay, I'm all for that. I'm all for competition. I don't think Myers is the be all end all. But clearly they're content with Myers being the starter. So I think we get hung up on names that we knew at some point were pretty good. You know what I mean? And you do it all the time. Like, Christ, what was the receiver? I can't remember his name. Help me out here, guys. He played for Clemson, and he was an early draft pick. He ended up in Buffalo for a while. Come on, you know it.
Big body guy.
Yeah, he played with DeAndre Hopkins at Clemson. Why can't I think of his name?
It's eluding me.
That's a good question for the chat. Come on, chat.
But like, he was a guy that everyone, whenever he was a free agent, everyone loved him. No, let's go get him. He's great. And he hadn't been great for quite a long time. You know what I mean? Ethan Pochich is a below average center in the league at this point, 31 years old, coming off of a torn Achilles.
Sammy Watkins.
Thank you. There you go.
That's him.
But or DeAndre Hopkins, for example. Remember when Jets fans flirted with the idea of him coming in and this, that, and the other thing? Thank you, Scott. People get hung up on names and not situations. Case in point, also the stuff that's going on now on Twitter with Jamal Adams. Listen, he will arguably be one of the best Jet safeties ever because of the capital and the aura, this, that, and the other thing. But that dude is past his prime, right? Let's not hang our hat on guys because we know their names. That was the whole back and forth I had with Boy Green. It wasn't like him coming at me. We were just on different sides of the fence on it. That's all. Different opinions.
Yeah, and I just, full disclosure, Boy Green wasn't the only one that I saw like stoking that fire as soon as he became available. But like, ultimately, the dude signed with the Ravens. What was bringing him here over going there? Just saying. I'm just saying.
Listen,
he didn't.
Maybe he thought, and I'm sure he probably, if given fair chance, maybe he would have had a chance to beat Josh Myers. I mean, the bar is not that high with Josh Myers. But there's not even a Josh Myers in Baltimore.
There you go. Yeah, it's a shoe, or at least a expressway to starting snaps. You can't beat that.
That's right.
But Boy Green doubled down. I do got to move on, but he did say PFF grades Ethan dominated Myers except for pass blocking, where they were basically the same. I think here's the thing. Like, it's not about Pochich or whatever.
Pochich.
It's not. It's about Myers. You know what I mean? Let's not get it twisted. Like, we're calling Myers mid as a fan base. We want an improvement because we don't want a mid O-line. But it's not. We'll find someone, even just someone under Myers, to give us a little extra, or a guard. And Tippmann's there, and whatever, or Parham is there. We have flexibility, but let's keep it rolling because I do have some good questions for you. Oh, not that one. That's about me. I'll take that later. Dom, what position group should we be focusing on in 2027 aside from quarterback?
So, Peg or Artie or both of you, I don't know who that was. If you're talking about which I feel are the strongest, man, I'm going to say this. This is going to be a really, really good NFL draft. With the possibilities of the underclassmen that can come out can make this one of the better drafts that we've seen in probably the past 10 or 15 years. The year that what was it, 2021, where we took Zach? If you go back and look, as a matter of fact, Dino, maybe you could pull it up and put it on the screen. You go through that first round in that draft, and there was 32 picks. I'd say 29 of them 28 of them probably hit. Like great picks. Of course, we didn't. Yeah, we took Zach at 2, but I think it has the possibility to be one of those. It's a really, really good cornerback draft class, especially at the top. I think that the edge group is really, if you go through this, Trevor, I'd say that's a hit. The next 2 are no good. Kyle Pitts, good. Jamar, Jalen Waddle, Penei Sewell, J.C. Horn, Pat Surtain, Devontae Smith, Justin Fields, miss. Parsons, Rashawn Slater. Yeah, I mean, it just goes on and on, dude. Zaven Collins is probably the first positional player that didn't hit. Leatherwood was not. Jalen Phillips was good. Jamin Davis was good. Tony was a miss. Kwity Paye still out. Caleb Farley never was healthy. Darisaw, huge. Najee was great. Travis Etienne was great. Greg Newsome was great. You know what I mean? It just goes on and on and on. It's going to be one of those kind of first rounds this year. It's a wonderful year to have 3 of them. It sure is. It's a wonderful year to have 3 of them. So I like the edge group a lot, a whole heck of a lot. I haven't really gotten too far into the linebackers, corners, or safeties. I know, I've watched some of the top guys. I've watched what I deem is like my top 20. So that's some edge rushers, a couple defensive linemen sprinkled in, a couple cornerbacks, and a couple safeties. But I haven't gotten too far into depth. But that edge group is good. And we don't need one, but I think it's going to be a phenomenal running back class as well.
Got another one, Dom, and I agree. Wide receiver on the table, I hope. But we'll see. Dom, Brian PJC chimes in. Is he still right to be upset that we didn't take a flyer on Fagano?
Joe Fagano from UConn.
He had like a 30-to-1 ratio or something, right?
A phenomenal college quarterback at UConn. No, Brian PJC, I think you can let that one go, brother. I think you can let that one go.
All right, let's keep
going. Hang on real quick.
Yeah.
Did you guys happen to hear you were talking about wide receivers, and it made me think, did you guys catch that interview? Somebody clipped it and sent it to me. That Omar Cooper Jr. had with like Eric Allen and the Jets guys.
Was it one where he was with Pons?
Yes. No, he wasn't with Pons, but they were talking about Pons. Okay. So he was talking to Eric Allen, and the gist of it is like, after he got, when he got on the phone with Aaron Glenn and they were talking, Cooper asked Glenn on the phone, hey, what are you guys thinking you're going to do with your first second round pick last year? Because remember last year they traded 33 to move up to get Cooper. So the next one was 44. And Aaron Glenn told them, well, we're looking in the cornerback room, and we're looking in the offensive lineman, and we're looking in the cornerback room. And that's when they started talking about Pons, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they knew they were going to take Pons or had him targeted. But I thought it was interesting that they talked about offensive linemen, right? Maybe that was like Emmanuel Pregnon's spot.
Was
he on the board?
He went right in there, 35 maybe.
Asantis went 35, 34. Pregnon went later? Yeah, Pregnon went later.
When did he go?
Let's see.
Because I was screaming his name for like 5 hours, so
yeah,
maybe he did go later.
I feel like it might have been after.
Yeah, he went 3rd round to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was more than 5 hours then. Dude, I love that guy though, Pregnon. He's a beast. But I also love Pons, so I'm not throwing shade at all. Yeah, I'm not throwing shade. Just again, good questions coming in, guys. Keep them coming.
Let them rip.
And we will get. Yeah. Here's one from Ozzy, who I believe just became a member on the channel as well, a voluntary member. Which I love those, man. That means you're enjoying the show, and it's entirely because of Murphh and DomC. So I appreciate you. They'll be here every Friday night, just so you know. Will David Bailey be 3? Oh wait, wow. 3 or a 4 down
I think
player,
he meant a
Dom?
2 or a 3 down player.
Yeah.
I think early on he'll probably only see the field in passing downs before he works his way, a little bit more into the rotation. I don't think he's a plug and play 3 down guy.
Agreed. It's still so early, but like long term, do you see it changing?
Yes.
3 down.
Yeah.
Well, you have to keep in mind all the depth that we have this year too.
Correct.
And I think they did that on purpose. Like let the young guy get acclimated. I hope he is a 3 down player. I hope he's a stud. I hope he's the next Myles Garrett, man. I doubt it, but
got a gifted channel membership from someone named Daniel Murphh 91.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, man. Who's born in the 90s
douche.
these days? Like, come on, bro. Grabbing it was Aaron Daniels, not Jaden. Aaron. Appreciate you, Aaron. Daniel Murphh 91. Thank you. Oh, he doubled down. He double dipped. Double dipping Daniel. Gifted another one. Recipient. Yeah, you like that, Murph. Shut up. Gaydar, handler of nuts, grabbed a membership from Murph.
Dane, I didn't know. You texted me and I didn't know. I was like, what is he
Handler of
talking
nuts.
about?
I love it.
Gaydar, welcome to the channel. You look familiar in your photo, I will say. I can't quite place you, but it might be Epstein. I'm not sure.
It kind of looks like Epstein.
Okay, welcome to the Danger Zone. Here's a real question for you, Dom, from Dino. Dom, are you worried about the depth at linebacker? I feel we need one more proven backer. I would love to see us go after Milano.
Yeah, again, there's a case in point of a guy whose name probably supersedes his value on the field. If he had anything left in the tank, I think he'd still be in Buffalo, right? I really, really do. So, no, I'm not necessarily worried about the depth at linebacker. You're going to play, again, you have a system now where you're going to see a lot more big nickel and safeties on the field. So, where you might be light in the linebacker room, I think you're going to be stronger at the safety room. I think Kiko Mayanoa is a fine backup. You have some veteran. You have a veteran. You re-signed Mikael Walker, so you have another grizzled veteran back there with Mario Davis, and whatever McCrary Ball gives you is a bonus at that point, right? No, it's a bonus.
So, Dom, before I get into the next actual big question or whatever, I got to ask you. I feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you're a Kiko guy. So, is that true? Do you kind of like Kiko? And
yeah, I think he's good for exactly what he is. He's a depth piece. He can man the middle. He can man the Mike Backer spot. He can wear the green dot if he needs to, and he plays good special teams. I don't know if he'll ever be a viable 20 tackle starter in this league, but
okay. Give me a strength, because it's been a second since we drafted him and I've already forgotten at this point. Give me a strength. Just
the way he stacks and sheds. He plays linebacker like an old school linebacker. Like he could take on some guys. And he's a good tackler. He's not Sherwood playing like, he's not a chase and tackle guy like Sherwood. He's going to take on, he's going to take on some fights, mano a mano in the mud.
More like DeMario.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. The next thing I want to get, this is a simple question. Looking into this season, who do you think that going into the season, there's not a lot of hype for? Coming out of the season, we're going to be like, holy shit. Like, so what's the word? Underrated, maybe?
Yeah.
Give me like an underrated player on defense or offense, or both, if you would like. It's just somebody that we should watch out for this year. It could be a rookie or it could be anybody.
Well, I think the chalk answer to that on offense is A.D. Mitchell, who I think is going to be, really good. I think he's, I think he's primed to have a really, really good season. I think we're gonna, people are gonna see him take a huge step. I'm going to say though, yeah, A.D. Mitchell. I mean, that's probably the one that really, sticks out on the offense. I'm curious to see how the change in culture and the change in coaching really affects Dylan Parham, because he's a mean, nasty motherfucker, and if he can give you John Simpson level of play without the dumb penalties and stuff like that, like I think that's a score. So I think those two guys, defense, man, there's a lot. Like we talked about very briefly. We talked about oh my God, who was the defensive guy that we were talking? Oh, Kingsley Enagbare, I think, is a really good player. I think you're going to see. I mean, T'Vondre Sweat is kind of chalky, but people are going to really see what type of athlete that guy is at 360 pounds.
You say Parham. I don't know why I keep saying Parham. It's Parham from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty motherfucker. Legit? Am I overlooking him?
Well, I mean, what are you looking for? That's the question. Are you looking for a Pro Bowl? Are you looking for a Pro Bowl? Because he's probably not a Pro Bowl caliber guy.
Here's my problem, okay? Everybody claims him as good because he was the best guy on the worst O-line.
Yeah.
And I, devil's advocate, knowing nothing, just speculating, think to myself, if you're on the worst O-line, if you're the best guy on the worst O-line, why is pressure going to get funneled to you? So how hard was he tested? If he was now he's coming in, is he the worst on the worst member of the best O-line? Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
All pressure gets funneled to him. Can he be as good as he was in Oakland or Vegas? That's just my thought process. It's like, has he been tested like he will this year?
I think it's what I think is where he brings his nasty streak, and what he does best is as a run blocker and kind of a road grader. And I think that's exactly what Olu needs next to him. You know what I mean? I thought Olu, people are down on Olu. I actually thought Olu really took a step in terms of his physicality and his run blocking prowess. He also, some people will say maybe regressed a little bit or wasn't elite. I'm not even going to say regressed, but, he wasn't an elite pass blocker last year. He let up a lot of pressure, so on and so forth. But he's a young kid, he's a young player. But I think a road grader next to him like that is really going to be beneficial to the Jets offense being able to run both to the left side and the right side.
Yeah, Parham, I think he fits what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Like, basically, I'm reiterating what you're saying. I think Parham fits what we need. And if he's your first or second worst offensive lineman, I think we're going to be in good shape.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So, like, if he's...
I mean, I would say right now, I'd say Josh Myers is the worst offensive lineman
I
of
think
the five.
so. That's what I'm saying. So if Parham is second worst, we're probably in pretty good shape then.
True.
Yeah. I think we're we had a pretty
he's
good
an
offensive
average.
line last
He's
year.
an average interior offensive lineman.
You can't have elite guys all across the board. Like, that just doesn't happen. It's super rare. Super, super rare.
I think they got an elite. Right tackle. I think they got two very good players at left tackle and right guard. And I think the center is below average. And Parham's probably a notch above that. You're not going to, but again, you're not going to get, you got to get lucky to get all-stars all the place. Now, would I have addressed the interior earlier than they did with Anez Cooper? Yes. Yes. And I don't know what Inez Cooper, what his long-term, maybe he's just a long-term swing interior guy, which is fine because you need one of those too. But man, oh man, it would have been nice to get a center in that draft, right?
Is
Whether
it
even
true
if
that-
you bring Myers in, you have somebody there waiting in the wings.
And from what I hear, Cooper was actually snapping the ball a little bit at some of the practices.
Yes, he was.
Cool. I
Yeah.
like that. I like that.
And they still have
Um,
Kolovau, and they still have oh man, what's the other guy? He was a guard. He played center in a pinch for us last year. Xavier Newman. Xavier Newman, yeah. You know, so
That's Murph's guy.
Xavier Newman, some depth. I mean, they brought back Chuk Sakura for, you know, his depth, and his Coopers. You know, you got some depth there now. You just what we need, and I don't want to even mention the word, the I word, but you know, we had last year. We had a good string of luck. You know, we need to keep that. We need to keep that together.
Run that back.
That's right. That's right.
A couple more pinned questions for you, Dom. One from Afram. He wants to know what quarterback in the 2027 draft is best suited for the Jets.
Well, I need context on what that means, Afram.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Afram. Good.
How about we just get into it, Dom? Like, so give us an idea of like right now, and I know that as the season comes along and stuff, a lot of things can change. But right now, who does DomC have his eye on? Maybe if you want to do some rankings, you can do whatever you want. Just take it however you want, and then maybe Avram can give us a little more context by the time you're done, and we can touch on that. But
so, I mean, the pink elephant in the room is Arch Manning, right? Because you know the name, the pedigree. The talent is, the talent is great. He has so much athleticism that I don't think people realize. Like, he's a freaking phenomenal athlete. I think, you know, if he can clean up some of the stuff that he struggled with last year, he's going to be the first pick more than likely. I still think people are sleeping a little bit on Dante Moore. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he's the first overall pick next year. You know, in last year I ended my rankings. Darian Menso was my third quarterback, but I now watch CJ Bailey at NC State, and he's jumped up to number 3 for me. Yeah. He jumped up to number 3 for me.
That's a name I didn't even know, to be honest.
in North Carolina State, he is 6'5", 220 pounds. You know, the closest thing I think I've seen in a while to like this is a bad comp, you know, because it's putting him at putting the pedestal really high. But like he reminds me a lot of Dante Culpepper. He's got a fucking cannon. He can layer it in. He can do it on the run.
I love Culpepper, man.
There's a lot to like with CJ Bailey. You know, then I got Darian Mensah. Then I have Drew Mestamaker, who I know has caught the apple of a lot of Jets fans' eyes. And he happens to be the fan, the quarterback that, you know, some of the guys who really, really, you know, push narratives in our Jets world. Will Parkinson and Connor Rogers have talked a lot about Drew Mestamaker possibly being with the Jets. Now, the problem is with Mestamaker is, one, he's a redshirt sophomore, you know. So do you guys know about him at all by chance? All right. So I'm going to give you a little insight to Drew Mestamaker. He looks like he's built in a lab. He's almost 6'4", just a shade under 6'4". You know, 218 pounds, solid, good athlete. Can produce, you know, off platform and stuff like that. Has a fucking phenomenal arm, like Patrick Mahomes-esque arm. The dude never played quarterback in high school. He was the punter. He walked on to North Texas State, and he was the scout team quarterback. And last year got an opportunity to start and threw for like 5,400 yards and 40 TDs. And now then his coach left, and he followed his coach. So now he's playing. Now he left North Texas, and now he's at Oklahoma State. And the coach there, and I forget his name, it's skipping my mind, but like supposedly he is like the next, quarterback guru, and he's got Drew Mestamaker playing like out of his fucking mind. Last year he played out of his fucking mind. So there's a lot there. The mechanics are still very raw, but he's only been playing quarterback and he's a redshirt sophomore, so he's got 3 more years if he wants it. So I think he's going back to school.
Dave Doran? Is that the guy?
I can't remember the guy's name, the North Texas or now Oklahoma State coach.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
It used to be the dude with the mullet, right? And then he finally, yeah.
So Mestamaker's going to be a hot name in Jets world, because I think a lot of people are assuming that they're not going to pick one or two, and they're assuming I'm guessing they're assuming Manning and Moore in some way, shape, or form come off the board. Those two, but man, if he can put it all together and he can clean up some of the mechanics, he's just got a really long release right now.
Afram chimed in. He said someone who can have the mindset for New York. So I ask you, Dom, taking that into account, but also taking into account where you think we will draft, how high you think we can get.
Well, I mean, we could get to number one if we wanted to get to number one with our draft capital. So getting there, I don't know, man. I don't know how many games we're going to win. I don't. I haven't sat down, and I'm not willing to do that kind of exercise not because I don't want to look at the results or not because I don't know the results, but I just think it's like you're trying to guess on what a team did last year, where that's not even the same team this year. You know what I mean? So, just say one of our picks is in the top 10, 10, 15, and 25. I think that's a fair assessment. What quarterbacks are going to be there in that 10 range? I think obviously I think guys like, Mensah will be there, and maybe a guy like CJ Bailey, because I don't know if everyone's really on that train yet. I might be a little early. Mensah is a little bit older of a prospect. No, actually, Mensah's a redshirt junior. He's not. And then you got guys like you've heard the names Julian Say, you've heard the names CJ Carr. They're a little lower for me after summer scouting, but I also fully don't expect those guys to be in this draft class. So
I don't want to zero in too long on one guy or whatever, but like I mentioned it in the chat a little bit ago, somebody that because of what you said, Dom, like I don't expect us to be number one, number two overall next year. I think we raised the floor of this team a little too much in the offseason for us to pull that off. Unless, one of our traded draft picks from another team ends up doing it, which I doubt. Looking at those type of guys, like Mensah is somebody I've had my eye on, and I'm really intrigued to see him this year. He switched teams, went from Duke. Now he's playing, Miami, the team that was literally just, up in the playoffs, national championship, he seems to have improved as he's gone, because he was with another team before Duke. It was a small
Tulane.
Tulane, yeah. It was one of those, yeah. And then he went to Duke, and he was like blowing up. And do you think that he can take another step this year with
absolutely,
Miami?
absolutely. I think the supporting cast is going to be better around him. So statistically, he's going to be better. I'd say this. I'm very high on Mensah. I loved him last year. I was talking to somebody about him, about quarterbacks not too long ago, and I said, like, Darian Mensah is like the Greg Maddux of college football quarterback prospects. He's not gonna blow up by you, but he's got 4 or 5 different ways to deliver and feather the ball, in all spots and different, with different speeds. He just knows all that stuff. You talk about a guy that understands what he's doing. The processing is phenomenal for Darian Mensah. The accuracy is phenomenal for Darian Mensah. People aren't going to like him because he's just he can't push a 20-yard out to the far side. His arm strength isn't just that, but to me, he's got it here. Like he's Chad Pennington. You know, you
Dude.
can win with Chad Pennington. And could a Chad Pennington type quarterback, a Brock Purdy type quarterback, somebody who understands the system and executes it perfectly, regardless of what their physical capacities can do, I think those guys stick in the NFL.
I'm not gonna lie. When you said he feathers it in there, man, that really tickled me. I love that.
Yeah,
so-
When
I
he
mean,
mentioned-
the anticipatory throws, and the way he moves defensive backs with his eyes and stuff like that, like the real true quarterback skills, not just like, ooh, I'm He-Man, C-ball, push, stiff arm, blah blah blah. He plays the position. He just doesn't have. He's got a below average arm strength.
You mentioned comparing him to Chad Pennington, and I about put a dent on the underside of my desk. A very small dent, but a dent nevertheless. That's the type of quarterback I want, man. Like we get all these guys in here, and they're uber talented. The Sam Darnolds, the Geno Smiths, Zach Wilsons. All these guys have had like crazy arms, and they're uber talented.
So can I say
it hasn't
something?
Worked out.
Can I say something? And this
Go
is
ahead,
going to kind of, I don't want to piss in your Cheerios here,
Oh,
Jets
no.
fans. But, I talked about Chad Pennington and Brock Purdy, I think is a really good comparison for a guy like Darian Mensah. And he came in and he's got a phenomenal offensive coach, and he works that offensive coach's scheme to perfection, right? We got Aaron Glenn.
Dude, Aaron Glenn has been pissing in my Cheerios since like week 8. So,
Damn.
So,
question,
Shoot.
Dom, how long do you have, brother?
I got another 10 minutes or so. I'm good.
I have a chatter pinned comment. I want to hit Murph. If you have a final one, and I got a final one, that'll probably get us there. The final one I have is an avid viewer, member, moderator on the channel, Chris B. He wants to know what you think about this. Will our Jets offense be able to routinely utilize 12 or 13 personnel to create matchup nightmares for opposing defenses?
Well, on paper, that looks like that's exactly what they're trying to build, right? Like people, and again, I know Dano's going to bust my balls because I wasn't super, super high on him as a prospect, but like that's exactly what Kenyon Sadiq is. He is the matchup nightmare, right? So, right now, I think we can probably assume we're going to see more 12 personnel than we are going to see, 4 or 5 wide receiver spread sets. That's just, if it's not the personnel as constituted, it's the fact that you have Aaron Glenn as the head coach. And I don't know. I just think that there's still something to be said about a defensive minded coaches that want to just grind out football games and, win it on the backs of their defense. So,
what, Murph, before you go, let me just say, like, Dom, like, I would never bust your balls over Sadiq. I would never bust anyone's, because like I understood what everybody was thinking. Like, I guess I don't get the people that didn't really watch him in real game time, because like he did make some incredible plays when they needed it most. But like most people that didn't want him wanted a wide receiver. And I totally relate to that. And that is fine. We still got one. And most of those people that were crashing out were fine once we got
yeah.
Cooper,
And
so.
I mean, Sadiq was still my tight end 1. I just didn't think that Sadiq was at the level of a Tyler Warren, a Colston Loveland, and so on and so forth. Like, I didn't think he did anything at that level. He definitely, wasn't the blocker that some of them were, wasn't the receiver, the route runner that some of them were. I mean, athletic as could be. So that was my whole thing. It's not that I thought, he's still my tight end 1. Sadiq is a great player. I thought he was a little bit more people, because he was tight end 1, were putting him in the, in the top 10. And, he almost went that way. He almost went there anyway, but
Agreed.
But I think that has a
Agreed.
lot more to do with the lack of top end talent in that draft class.
And like their love for him, I would imagine the way Reich sounded on the phone and all that, like, hey, he might not have been worthy of 16 overall, but the thing is, like, you got to get that value out of him and you better know what you're doing. And that I'm a little skeptical on. Time will tell. But anyways, enough about Sadiq. Murph, you got a question for Dom?
Well, Dom, my last question for you tonight is, if we kind of null out the quarterback, or if we just assume that we have, and we're forgetting the fact that we have Geno Smith, and we assume that we had like an above average to, maybe good quarterback, does this team have what it takes to be a contender if that was the case, or do we need more star power to be able to be that type of contender? I'm just curious. I'm asking this because I need to know, like, after this season, and I hate looking so far ahead, but come on, guys. After this season, it's like, how do we really need to break the bank? Do we need to try to chase for the no pun intended, the Jamar Chases of the draft and stuff to get that star power to push us up over the edge if we have the right quarterback? So what's your thoughts on that, Dom?
I think Muji has done a great job in revamping and raising the floor of the roster. You could be the biggest, glass half empty guy in the world, and it's hard to say that the roster is not better than it was last year. So do I think we're a contender? No. And my main reason is because I still don't have faith in the coaching staff from the top down. And I hope that he proves me wrong, but that's where I lean. So, and I think to get over that hump, it's not only the talent that's on paper or on the field, it's the leadership and the guidance and the preparation and the development that the coaching staff brings. So
Bill M chimes in and says, facts. Any final comment about that answer from Dom there, Murph, or you want me to segue to my final question?
No, and I actually wasn't even thinking about the coaching, but yeah, that is, to me, it's a big issue until they prove me otherwise.
Yeah.
I do think that Glenn has brought a better supporting cast around him as far as coaching, but I just don't know if it's enough. The main guy is the main guy, and if he doesn't have him going in the right direction, he doesn't have him going in the right direction.
Yeah,
so.
well, the main guy is the biggest right now for me, the biggest problem or question mark for that matter.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the defensive coordinator, and he's just the DC by name. Aaron Glenn is the de facto defense coordinator, and Frank Reich. Are we getting? Have we done what we just did like 3-4 years ago, where we had Mike LaFleur and fired him hastily after 1 year and replaced him with Martini Nate? I don't know. I hope
yes.
not. I'll worry about it.
Well,
I said the same thing about, like, okay, Wilkes was a dinosaur. You ushered him out, and then we brought in Reich. Is he a dinosaur? I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna find out quick.
Last year we had top 10 rushing offense.
Yes.
Right. And our passing offense was horrid, but we also had probably the worst quarterback room in the NFL. Maybe other than the Browns, I don't even know. We might have been worse than them. I don't know. So I don't know. With what he was working with, felt like he was doing all right. And then we fired him because we wanted more experience in there. I don't know.
I don't know either, dude. I don't know.
All right, let's get to the final question. And man, I could go 12 ways, Dom. I'm not gonna lie, but we had a lot of questions, pen to paper for tonight, but the chat was cooking, man. We had to lean on them as well. So they got their answers heard. We did as well. Here is the final one. Do your thing, Murph. All right. Let's see. You know what? Let's lean into training camp. You know, we got to lean there. You know several of these guys more than we do. Maybe all of them, let's be honest. But like especially the newcomers and the free agents and all that you've scouted the past few years. Let me ask you, like, you can go either way. You know, pick your avenue. Is there camp battles like for roster spots that we're overlooking that are intriguing to you that you think are really going to be something to consider these next couple weeks? Or you could go another route and just say, who's a surprise cut candidate that you think's not on our radar?
Well, I already did that with Murph. I said Malachi Moore is my surprise cut, but they can't battles. So I mean, I think the easiest to chalk one is which one of these veteran kickers sticks, Jason Sanders or Cade York, right? I think that's kind of the chalky one.
Or door number 3, maybe.
Is there a door number 3? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
I
But
have no
go ahead.
idea. But I think outside of that, man,
Maybe is there a tight end 3 battle or no? Is there?
I wouldn't be surprised if we keep 4 tight ends. I think, listen, I was saying this earlier too. Like, if Rucker got cut, would I be like shocked, like jaw hitting the floor? No, but it would be like a mild surprise. I think the better chance is that you see that you keep 4 tight ends. In the it's going to be Jelani Woods or Andrew Beck that kind of fills that role. I'm trying to think of roster spots that I think are,
You know what? It doesn't even have to be for cutting. It could be like depth chart, like Braylon Isaiah, or it could be like.
Here's a name. Watch Dean Clark in the defensive back room. They really, really like him there, and they're going to figure out a way to get him on the field. I think that I think it's going to be via the special team, but the kid out of Fresno State who was an undrafted free agent last year, this coaching staff and this scouting department really kind of focused in and honed in on him early in the process. I could see him making the team because of his versatility. He could be a guy that could play, he could take Malachi Moore's spot. That's, to me, one that I think that we're gonna want to hang our hats and hold on to. And maybe, like, I know it's kind of lame, but like, does Arian Smith make the team?
Nah, I'm over him, man. Like,
I think that he's a gunner, and I think that's going to keep him there. But does that mean you go with 5 wide receivers, right? Because you think obviously A.D. Mitchell and Garrett and Omar are going to make the team. Isaiah Williams is going to make the team. Tim Patrick that they just brought in, does he make the team? Cullen Lacey, their undrafted free agent out of Louisville, who's he's Isaiah Williams, clone. That you're probably, he's going to be a practice squad. Jamar Pritchett, last year's darling of the camp, he's, trumped by Isaiah Williams. So, does Arian Smith make the team? Because he might be, the backup stretch guy, stretch the defense guy for A.D. Mitchell. So
I'm with you. And A.D. Mitchell, just to reiterate, because he's filled my timeline the last week or two. You think that's justified? You think he is about to pop, or
I think there's a good chance that with good quarterback play, which he hasn't had in a couple years, we didn't get a chance in Indianapolis really. Now maybe some of that's his own fault, maybe it's not. He didn't get a chance in Indianapolis, and he had Anthony Richardson throwing balls to him for the most part. And then, last year, I mean, you had Anthony Richardson on the East Coast and Justin Fields throwing him the ball and all those other hacks. So, I think you get him a good quarterback. He's just good at what he does. Like, he can create separation. He's just got to catch the ball. You know what I mean? But there's going to be attention. There's going to be attention to Garrett. There's going to be attention to Breece Hall. You know, the what you offer now at the tight end room, you're going to have to pay attention to him. You know, you didn't have to pay attention too much to Mason Taylor alone last year, but Mason Taylor and Kenyon Sadiq on the field, you're going to have to pay attention to him.
Correct. I'm
Yeah.
with you 100%, man. You need a third guy to step up, and it doesn't have to be 80. Even if 80 got 650 or something, like if Sadiq does as well and Mason gets 400, like you can make that work.
Yeah.
You know what? Just a quick hitter because I know your answer before we all say goodbye. But Ozzy chimes in. He says, "Should we trade for Shedeur Sanders?"
I am one of the ones who stand for Shedeur. I stand for Shedeur as a player. I stand for Shedeur as a talent who can play quarterback in this league. I watched him do it in college. I think he's got a skill set. But no, I don't want to trade for him because I don't want all the stuff that comes along with Shedeur is annoying. And I don't want, we got rid of that with Aaron Rodgers. Let's move on.
Facts. He made 17 million last year in jersey sales and appearances. 17 mil.
God bless him.
Yeah, good for him. You know what? I hope that he takes 12 of that million and he pays off his brother's debts. You know what? Let me just say that. But Dom, that is that wraps, man. Murph, anything to say before we get Dom out of here?
I mean, nothing Jets related. We went over a lot of stuff, man. But Dom, having you on, it's a breath of fresh air, buddy. We appreciate
thank you,
it.
guys.
It was.
I love you guys, man. I mean that wholeheartedly. Like I genuinely enjoy talking to you guys. I always think that the show just flows very well, and even when I'm not like on camera, like I'm always tuned in on Friday nights, whether I'm doing something and it's in my headphones and I'm just listening, or I'm in there and being active in chat. I support my guys. That's all. I support all my guys, and you guys are my guys. So
thank you.
And
thank you.
did you, Dane? Have you broke the news to these guys yet?
I haven't, but will you?
I will. I have successfully hook, line, and sinker. There's going to be a new man making his Senior Bowl, popping his Senior Bowl cherry in Mobile this January. The Dano is coming down with me, baby.
Dude,
I didn't even know
stuff,
that.
dude. Frontline stuff.
For real, and honestly, this show has just made me feel so inadequate when it comes to project prospects. I need the front row seat to figure this shit out, and who better to guide me than Kemosabe DomC?
Yeah, it's a blast. We're gonna have a ton of fun. It's tiring because it's long days. People don't realize that,
Dom, you better bring a 5-gallon container of sun lotion. If Dane is coming with you, you better invest in stock in that shit.
Yeah,
dude, I can't wait.
I just reserved the Airbnb that I stay in every year. I did it today, so good to go, man.
Things are happening, baby. Like I said, I haven't got out much since starting this channel. Me and Murph went and saw the Jets in Pittsburgh after we got Devontae Adams. That was, man, sour taste in our mouths still to this day. So what better way to follow that up than to say, hey, you know what? Let's not see a game. Let's learn some ball.
That's right.
Move,
That's
man.
right.
And I can't wait. Dom, man, appreciate you. Not just tonight, but just always, man. There's times when Murph didn't show, like he had stuff to do, and you saw me floundering like a fish that you just caught a minute ago. And you just called in and helped me out, man. I appreciate you. I know you are genuine when you say, we're your guys, and we don't know why, but we appreciate that sentiment.
No doubt.
Thank you. And guys, if you haven't known or found Dom, he's not just here occasionally. He is in the description. Click his channel, YouTube channel, Twitter, You can find them all over the place. Twitter Spaces. You can find them on Talking Jets. You can find them on Green Bean Jets Fan. All over the place. Dom, do you have anything cooking these next few weeks, or is it just?
Yeah, I started like I said, I put up my my first summer scouting article up on Jets X Factor. We can find all of my prospect. Well, you will find all of my. You can find last year's if you still want to, look for it, pay for it, and look for it, but don't do that. But you can find all my new stuff, all my 2027 stuff will be available to the public, to the masses through Jets X Factor in written form. So if you're an old head like me and like long form, evaluations and scouting reports and really nuanced stuff, then go read it over there, man.
Love it, man. Jets X Factor, columnist DomC, rising star in the content game.
And now official member of the Pro Football Writers Association. How about that?
Yes. Let's go. Yes. That's what I like to hear, Dom.
We're amongst royalty, baby.
Nah, I don't know about that. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you later, man.
Have a good night, man.
Later.
See ya.
See you, buddy. Have a good night.
The one, the only, and I mean that when I say that, DomC. I don't blow. I blow some mild smoke, but when I blow heavy smoke, it's genuine. DomC, genuine is, yeah.
Hey, I heard that those NFL draft analysts, like, I heard they could use a hand.
He's got an arm up on the competition, man.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Dom is like hiring an army to come in and do the job.
Back in the day when you were a thief. Back in the day though, when you were a thief and they would cut off your hand.
Yeah, exactly. I just think it'd be pretty handy to have Dom around, in the NFL network studios and stuff.
Handy indeed, man. You know what? Everybody give a hand for the one, the only DomC.
Yeah. And it took 0.7 seconds for Dom to be off the air before we went way off the rails. Anyway.
You know what? You're in the danger zone. It says it right in the name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What am I sharing the link? Murph, what? How off the rails?
I don't care. Sure, do whatever you want. I'm just here chilling.
You know what? Let's just go full Monty, baby. A couple.
While we're waiting on that,
I was just gonna do the same thing, Murph.
Yep, I knew you were.
Do you have an answer on on command?
Actually, I didn't. I just thought the question was so great. First of all, let's present it to the audience that are maybe the ones that are listening in their headphones or whatever.
JT, shout out JT,
which I believe is usually Snowball behind that account. Johnny comes on his own, but sometimes Johnny, I don't know. Anyway,
giggity.
Question for the panel: if you were a fish, what kind of fish would you be? Gefilte fish.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. I think it's a movie reference, and I don't even know where it came from. But that's
can you use it in a sentence? If I was a fish, I think. Well, judging from my frame, I'm gonna say I'm a fish stick. But you know what? Let's not my best.
Are we including like sharks and stuff like that, or is it strictly fish? Because I'm assuming it's strictly fish.
Snowball, we need clarification here, brother, as I fumble for the real fish I'm going to be. Come on, Snowball.
Are we going to look up fish to find out what we're going to be?
Well, one immediately came to mind because you gotta remember that I grew up a lot on the Ohio River, right, Murph?
That's true.
Have you done any fishing on the Ohio River?
I have not, but I've heard a lot of big old catfish get caught on the Ohio River.
Well, the kind of fish that came to mind. Fair. But the fish that comes to mind for me that I would be growing up on the Ohio River definitely looks somewhat like this.
That looks like something that came out of the Monongalia.
Wait, say
Yep.
that again. Say that again, Murph.
I probably mispronounced it, to be honest with you, so I'd rather not.
Is it
I
the
can't remember if it's the
Monongahela?
Monongahela or the Monongalia. No,
Magalaga.
Monongahela. Maybe. I don't
Mono-
remember.
It's
Wow.
It's Monongahela.
Monongahela. Yeah. Monongalia is a county. Jesus, how do you know West Virginia better than I do at this point?
Well, no. Well, I know it because it's one of the three rivers that meet for the old Three River Stadium, Monongahela, and it's a county up there in PA as well.
All right. I'm just gonna say, because it's one of the first things that come to mind, because I'm not about to try to look up fish. Swordfish. Duh. That way I can stab a motherfucker if I need to.
I like it.
All
Cool. I mean, you throw like Hammerhead vibes to me, man. Because like,
Well, if we're going
ta-
sharks, I mean, yeah, obviously I'd have went.
oh,
Yeah, that was my favorite shark as a kid, so yeah, I probably would have went that way, but I was going strictly fish.
you know what? We have a guy that I believe is an expert on all things fish. Okay. Here
Big
he
tuna
is,
himself.
the big tuna himself. Let's bring him out and hear what he has to say. I don't know if he knows he's on though.
Foot fetish? Foot fish?
He might have fallen asleep on the couch. This is awkward. You know what? Oh, here. You know what? Let me wake. Okay, he's awake now.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Charles. How are you, buddy?
You got me at a wrong angle, buddy. What the hell?
Hey, you take care
You know
of them
what my
feet,
favorite fish is, Daniel Murphy?
buddy. What's up, buddy? What's up?
You know what my favorite fish is?
Let me know. What is it?
The blowfish.
The blow.
Gotcha.
That was-
Hey.
Dude, I served it up and I didn't think it would get hit, but you damn near hit a grand slam there. Stud
Blowfish,
muffin.
yeah. But no, seriously, my favorite fish, if I was really being brutally honest, my favorite fish, I would probably say flounder because I've eaten a lot of it as a kid, but I love flounder. I love seafood. As for favorite shark, hammerhead's a pretty good one. They're the ones that actually have hammers for a head, right? Not like actual,
Yeah.
like a hammer-shaped head, right? Great whites are pretty good, too. They're pretty nasty MFers.
Yeah.
But, as for I'm glad you had DomC, and I was listening to him for a bit. I know, I think Matt O'Leary, shout out to Matt O'Leary, was talking about him on one of his videos either today or yesterday, regards to Ethan Posick or Powick, I forgot his name.
Pochich.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I know he was a good player for a while, but he hasn't been the same since his injury. We shall see. I mean, I wouldn't mind working him out, but I'm not the biggest Josh Myers fan. I think everybody knows Josh Myers is our weakest link on our offensive line. I don't think Dylan Parham's that bad. I mean, I know the offensive line for the Raiders last year was atrocious, but he wasn't the problem, Dylan Parham. I mean, I think he was the one that was playing his ass off and playing well, while the other ones are basically being like, oh, what do I do? Who do I block? Who do I do this? What do I do that? And getting Geno Smith killed. I mean, I really like Olu Fashanu at left tackle. I think he has a shot to be very good. You know, Joe Tippin's a good right guard, and obviously Armand Membu's a stud. We all know that. And I don't think he'll make the top 100 this year, but I think he should make it next year.
Yeah.
NFL top 100 on NFL Network. I know Demario Davis did. That's a damn good thing.
Yeah, and we went over we were thinking earlier in the episode, we were like, it was he like 34, 33, 37. Good for Demario Davis. He is still what a stud, man.
He keeps himself in great shape, and he's a good person too. He's the type of leader you want. I know Nick Shine said that he would want an asshole leader, an asshole type of leader, but he's a leader nonetheless to Mario Davis. You know, he's not an asshole leader, but he's a leader nonetheless. And that's what we need. We need a guy that holds people accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys understand what I'm saying? I know I'm like talking gibberish
Yeah,
to some
no,
people in the chat.
No,
I mean, I've heard of asshole leaders. I think we called them butt chugs.
That's nasty. Yeah. But yeah, man. I mean, this is look, man, I'm really am cautiously optimistic for this year. I'm literally being honest. I know some people don't feel that way. I know a lot of people are like, oh, we're gonna suck this year and all this other crap. But honestly, you know, I think we have to wait to see what the coaching does, obviously. What does it say?
Okay, this is a good question. I sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it is a good question I wanted to ask you, and I fumble clicked it too soon. But let's ask it now. Infrared joining us. He says, "Can we all agree that getting rid of AVT this year was a great move this year by Mr. Muji?"
I
This year,
hate to say this because I like AVT as a player and as a person. I know he's on New England. Let's see how he holds up for that team this year. But I would say, yes, it was a great move because it opened up a roster spot. And, you know, let's see how it pays off. You know, I think, you know, I respect AVT, the person. I know a lot of people are hating him because he's on the Patriots, but, you know, it is what it is. But he was a good player when he was healthy. That's the problem with AVT. He can't stay healthy. But when he is healthy, he's a good player. So,
at least we have peace of mind in Parham staying healthy. When if we had AVT, we would be thinking about it the next 6 months, right?
That's exactly what I'm trying. That's exactly my point. Be like, holy crap, you know. But what I said, when he's healthy, he's a good player. But I said he has a hard time staying healthy. So, you know, I don't say a lot. I apologize, everybody. But
well, can I just touch on that real quick? It's not like AVT. You said people were hating on him because he went to the Patriots, whatever. Like, it's not like AVT is like Brandon Ayuk right now, and he's like talking shit about the GM, the coach, and I want out, and I can't wait till the Redskins sign me, or I'm sorry, Commanders sign me.
you can call them the Redskins. They'll always be the Redskins to me. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, it's still stuck in my head no matter what. But like talking like that, AVT was not like that, man. He was a professional for the Jets the whole way. And, you know, it's just like it didn't work out. The dude kept getting injured. It's hard to pay a guy that has such a extensive injury history. So he has to do what's best for his family. Maybe the best offer he got was with the Patriots. You can't blame a guy for that. So it is what it is, man.
Oh, I'll blame him. I'll blame him till the day I die.
If he wins a Super Bowl with the Patriots, I'm going to hate him. But
I mean,
Revis won a Super Bowl with the Patriots, and I still love Darrell.
Yeah, true. I do too. I'm sorry. I do. Revis forever.
Listen, man, we traded his ass to the Bucks. If we didn't do that share, he probably would not have won a ring with the Patriots.
Yeah.
Don't grab your junk, Charles.
What does he mean by we don't know because that we need something to happen in order to go to that. Yeah, I don't know what he means, but let's all think.
I know what he means. I know what he means.
No idea. I don't know what you mean, Scott. But
the ding-a-ling, winky, any damn thing.
Murph, we have a new super chat. Cha-ching.
You got to do that adjustment sometimes, man. They get out of whack.
Yes, Bill Lamb, I have junk. I have junk in the trunk and junk in the back. Drunk in the trunk, drunk in the trunk, drunk in the front.
Might I just add, totally off topic, Charles, but facial hair's coming in nicely, brother. You gonna keep it?
Probably not. Probably will. Probably.
I tell you this all the time, and you shave it the next day. So I'm starting to take offense.
Look,
Hey,
man,
just-
you look like you should audition for the reboot of Duck Dynasty, man. Look at you.
I made the joke earlier in our text chat. He
I
posted
got
a picture of
nothing.
himself on work site, and I said,
Look,
"Dick
man, when
Dynasty."
you do you, I'm gonna do me, okay?
I'm just hiding my chin because my chin comes down to here.
You're not
Okay.
trying to be like
Okay,
Chuck
Charles.
Norris. Beneath that chin, beneath that
Charles.
beard is not a chin, it's another fist.
Do me a favor, Charles. Just in order to give yourself a chance with it, okay? Instead of shaving it off, because trust me, I get it. I know that they get itchy and so on and so forth. So instead of shaving it off, just line it out real nice. Shave just a little bit on the cheeks or whatever, and then shave that around the neck. Just kind of line it out because that's where it gets really itchy on the neck, right? Line it out real nice. And then give it a second of grow and then see if you like it or not. If you don't like it, that's totally fine. Hey, some people are beard guys, some aren't. But I'm telling you,
I prefer
you get rid of some of
mustaches
that
than
neck
beards,
hair, and
honestly.
it'll be way more comfortable.
I prefer mustaches than beards, but beards are nice when they're done nice.
That's what I'm saying. You do it up real nice, you might like it, Charles. Ladies like
Infrared,
it.
does Brisson have a chin? Yeah, he's got a chin. Why? Why would you ask if he has a chin, Infrared?
Oh,
Infrared, just like this Brisson would have would be a salmon.
I'm not. The chat's wilding out on the Brees Hall stuff apparently.
Wow, what did Brisson do? Did he say something stupid?
I really got to know what that means. A salmon.
I think they made team.
Salmon's
What do
pretty
you
good.
do? What do you think about department?
And the analytics department.
Oh, I think they're overrated. I think they've worn out their welcome. I think they've ruined sports in a lot of ways. Sometimes I think analytics have gotten way too involved. Not just when it comes to I'm pissed off how they ruined the game of baseball, but they kind of ruined the game of NFL football too. Like, I get it. You want to take change, but at the same time, just freaking play the game. Use your eyes, man. If you don't have a good pair of eyes, we got problems.
I think the analytics can help sports, but I think analytics needs to have a balance. And some people take it too far. I think they take it too far. I understand that you feel that way about baseball, but I do think that, some things have improved for the better in baseball, but not everything.
Oh my God, you dirty bastard. Look what DayngerZone says. It hate analytics. Come on, bro. I think you mean analytics.
You know what? That makes way more sense. Thank you, Charles. Okay. I'm just trolling. I do enjoy trolling. Charles, let me ask you, like, training camp is about to start. Like, what are you most excited about before it begins? Is there something
I like to see what the rookies can do. The one rookie I think that has the potential to be a really good player, I have a lot of confidence in Omar Cooper and Kenyon Sadiq. You guys know I'm high on Kenyon Sadiq. I wanted him in the draft. But I think David Bill has a chance to really shock people. I know a lot of people are doubting him because, he's another defensive version of Zach Wilson. I don't think he is. I know he's a defensive pass rusher, but he played against major competition. That's something Zach Wilson never did throughout his tenure at BYU. He never played against major competition. David Billy has. He was a good player at Stanford, took his game to a whole new level at Texas Tech. Plus, he's got a great defensive line coach and Carl Dunbar, who I think is going to do wonders with him, along with the other defensive linemen and pass rushers. With that said, I'm going to hit the sack pretty soon. I'm getting a little tired myself. Have a good night, everybody. Enjoy the show. Dane, easy with the anal links. Love you, buddy.
Hey, love you, brother.
Hey, Charles, have a good night, buddy.
I expect another call in before you shave that beard there, Charles, but I know it won't happen. So, yeah, it was looking nice. I'm being genuine when I said his combo of mustache beard, very befitting of him.
Yeah, no, I think I think everybody should try it at some point, right?
This is actually the first beard I've grown even your length. I just kept going because I liked it. I'm not kidding. Like,
Exactly.
well, professionally, I wasn't allowed to, but like now that I am, I just wait, baby. It's the tip of the iceberg. Um, so, first super chat of the night, I believe we had memberships flowing, Murph, but we got a super chat. Wait, oh shit, my bad. Yeah, Murph, we have a new super chat. Cha-ching.
I didn't know you still did that for super chats.
But it was prompted. Hey, it's a special occasion, man. We just hit 2 hours and you're still here. We got to pull out all the stops, Murph.
Right.
Will you read this one? Just make sure you announce who said it first. Go ahead, brother.
All right. Jets Worldwide, up in here again. Snowball, thank you again. Appreciate it. He threw $10 at us to say shout out to all the clam shuckers. Shout out.
Shucking clams. I like it.
Those mother shuckers.
All shucks. Getting clammy up in here. You know what? They had a great show prior to ours. They had Liz, 2021 New York Jets Fan of the Year, also a prominent figure on Facebook. So check them out at Jets Worldwide. Friday night, baby. Friday night gang forever. We should just get like duo t-shirts made. Jets YouTube Friday nights. Where else would you rather spend a Friday night? I don't know. I mean, come on. But Murph, let me ask you, because we directed so many hot questions at DomC. You and I, admittedly, full disclosure, full transparency, have not been plugged in as much as Dom. But we're working a shit ton. It's hot out. It's 15-hour daylight days. Like we're cooking. But like, in your maybe even informal opinion at this moment in mid-July, I mean, what are you excited about with training camp? I know we like doing this show and shit, but like pads are going on and they're going to be hitting and depth charts going to get aligned and we got 90 guys going to be trimmed to 53. Like, what is getting you up and ready for this Jets team the next couple weeks before it starts? You know what I mean? You got to say it now before it's too late.
There's a lot of things that you could look forward to, as with any training camp. But a couple things that I'm excited about. I'm excited for the team to start to get into the new schemes. Right, we have a new offensive coordinator. We have a new defensive coordinator. Technically, I'm excited to see how everybody fits into the schemes. And what our defense is going to look like, what our offense is going to look like, things like that. Position group, I mentioned it earlier, man. That defensive line, I'm curious how it's going to work. I'm confident about it. I think there's a lot of talent there. If the coaching can do it justice, which you would think that Carl Dunbar, of all people, would figure it out, right? If the coaching does it justice, I think that defensive line is going to be fun to watch. I think it's going to be fun to see how it plays out. Who's going to be playing where? I'm like I said, I'm going to be upset whenever cuts happen, and if there's any defensive linemen on those cuts, because I like a lot of our guys. Even Don mentioned him earlier, Daryl Jackson. I even like Daryl Jackson, like
Yeah, dude,
maybe
he
not
did
as a
that.
starter this year or anything like that, but just, like a solid depth, a guy that could maybe progress into a contributing role. I'm really excited about that defensive line. What were you going to say, Dan?
How good is your D line room when you go 2.5 hours with DomC, me, and you don't once drop the name Jawan Briggs?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like he was bringing up Enagbare and other guys. Like those are Onyemata. These are names that I think that were being slept on there for a while. But I'm glad Dom is throwing them out there because those are guys that are going to contribute, like it or not. I mean, you're going to like it because I think those guys are going to be big contributors on this team. Maybe they won't play 60, 70, 80% of snaps, but because we're so deep, there's going to be a lot of rotation. There's going to be a lot of moving around. And the way things are, I would not be surprised. And I know Dom said it, nickel was the big thing, but there's going to be a lot of bouncing back and forth, I think, between 4-3, 3-4. Like, I think we're going to play a multiple type of defense. So I'm excited to see how it works out. I worry, and I know I got the jersey, I got the WVU jersey. Gino, I hope he does well. But being realistic, I'm worried about it. But I'm also excited about the receivers that we have, and I don't mean just receivers. I mean anybody that can catch the ball, right? That goes running backs, tight ends, receivers, whatever. I'm excited about that group, and I think that the thing about Gino, as compared to Justin Fields, is Fields was until the fourth quarter. Fields was scared to let go of that ball. He was scared of making the mistakes. Gino's not. He's not scared of making the mistakes. He will make them, but he's also going to make some plays too. And I think it'll be fun to watch. I'm hoping that we've heard that he's developed a chemistry with AD Mitchell. Everybody develops a little bit of a chemistry with Garrett Wilson. I mean, because he's that good. And then Amari Cooper's a promising guy. Plus all the other guys we got. It's just going to be fun to watch, man. I'm excited about it, and I hope that it blooms into something this year. Even if Gino ends up throwing 17 picks, at least all the other throws will be fun to watch.
Dude, if you told me you need a lineup, a roster, a quarterback room, and everything on paper to secure a 7 to 9 win season, I think we can do that with this roster with Gino. Like that, I don't think the floor is below that. Now I know that he just got less than that with the Raiders, but I also think, I also know I like our roster way better than theirs. So yeah, dude, exciting. Like you said, he's going to throw some picks. We're going to lose some games we don't want to lose. Could also be right there with games that we didn't think we had any business in. So it all comes down to coaching and all that as well. But like the roster is looking pretty good. I mean, there's a path to being a winning team. Like there's a path to wild card, but like so many things have to go right, right. So like I don't want to Green Bean Island. I get it. If everything goes right, we're beyond even that. Okay. But also like you gotta level yourself a little. I'm 500, man. 500. This is year one for me for this regime. This is almost year zero because we're drafting a quarterback next year, and that's really year one. But when it comes to this regime, it's year, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm excited to see the D line alongside you. I'm I'm excited to see the pass catchers. And obviously that's an extension of Gino, but I don't even care how Gino does, man. I just want to see not just Sadiq, AD Mitchell. I want to see Cooper. I want to see Garrett, man. Dude, it's been a fucking damn near year but since we've seen Garrett. Dude, they shut down Braylon Allen week 4. Like we haven't seen shit from him. Like I'm not gonna fall down the Braylon Allen rabbit hole like we've all done every offseason ever. But like, hey, he's in the mix, okay? Mason
Dude.
Taylor in year 2. Like
even deep cut, and I sorry to interrupt, but like even deep cut, like Isaiah Williams showed some promise in the pass catching game towards the end of last year. Like more as like a gadget type of guy, but still that is a piece to add to your chessboard, right?
dude, another deep cut. How about another guy named Isaiah Davis? He almost has 6 yards per carry over the course of his career, Murph.
Over like 8 carries, yeah.
If you know, you know.
He's doing
If
great.
you know, you know. He is, but he can't get the damn ball. So he must
Hey,
not
that could be the case. That could be the case. Dude, I know I bust your balls on a Dame, but you know how fucking happy I would be if Isaiah Davis turned into an absolute stud and just said, "Fuck you, Brees. I'm overtaking this shit. This is my team."
Bro,
And
I would be
did his
happy
thing.
because
Like, I'd be thrilled.
Brees could go catch passes, which everyone thinks he is phenomenal at, and I'm down for it. Let's watch it, man. Let's finally debunk this myth, or I mean, confirm this fact. Yeah, yeah. We'll get there. We have pass catchers. It doesn't matter who it is. That's what okay, people can be mad at me that I'm low on Brees. It doesn't matter, man. If Brees doesn't eat, Sadiq will. If Sadiq doesn't eat, Omar Cooper will. If Omar doesn't, Adonai will. There's gonna be Gino will throw for 3,000 plus, maybe 3,500 plus. Does like I want it to be not one guy being a superstar alongside Garrett. I want it to be a healthy blend of everybody who's just open and capitalizes. Now it's awesome if someone ascends, to the next realm. But honestly, I just want everybody to play to their potential and just spread the ball around. And your fantasy team sucks if you draft all Jets because you don't know which one's going to eat. It doesn't matter. I don't care, dude. Just go out there and Chris B said it earlier, man. Exploit mismatches. 12 personnel, 13 personnel, man. We have a plethora of guys who can at least make a play here and there. I'm not saying they make plays all the time, but can make a play. We have 5 or 6, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know, but around half a dozen guys that I'm fine targeting. Can we just do that, man? And then the following year, I don't know. Maybe Gino comes back. It depends on this year. Maybe give us one more year. I don't know. But if not, Dom said it earlier, Klubnik versus the rookie. Don't know if I'm there yet. Okay. I want the rookie to sit, and I don't want Klubnik to be forced out there. So I need a veteran next year. I don't know if it's Gino. He's auditioning for the job. He has a shoe in. The shoe might be cement and it might be on the gas pedal, but it's a shoe in. Okay. We'll see. Mike White's still
Dane,
available too.
am I crazy in like my vision, my prediction type of vision? And I'm not doing predictions quite yet, but this is just kind of something that's like the way I'm looking at things right now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets won maybe 7 games, but like 2 of them were blowout wins. Like, we beat the brakes off of 2 teams, and we just won 4 or 5 other games, and then we lost a lot of close games. Like that, to me, that's where I'm seeing Geno Smith at. I can see him if he starts hot in a game, just riding that the whole way through, and then next thing you know, we're 42-10 or something. Just blowing teams out like a couple times. And then like when we're in a close game, throwing a pick, blowing the game. You know, that's what I'm seeing out of Geno Smith this year, and if that's the case, then that means we have a talented team to me, and that means that if we have the right quarterback, you know, we could be a playoff team. Maybe not a Super Bowl contender, but a playoff team.
I could see it for sure, and I, I don't know, man. I honestly don't even care about the record. Someone said it, or I think it was Charles who said the eye test, and he wasn't even referencing the Jets, but like the eye test is all I care. I don't care about stats. He talked about it with baseball. It's getting too far down the rabbit hole with WAR and OPS and OBS and I don't know all this shit. But like the eye test, man, I don't care. You could win 4 games, and I swear to God, I'm telling the truth here. You can win 4 games if you're in all 17. To me, that's a vast improvement because we were blown out by the end of quarter 1 in how many games last year? Um, but no, I'm with you, man. Could we have blowout wins for sure? Oh yeah, especially if they're not ready for our running, like if they're not ready for Membu and Membu is just road grading and we just keep running right, like we could just dominate teams. And Titman Membu combo on the
Yeah,
right side,
yeah,
bro,
yeah, and
that's a great.
we're heading for that. Like we want to be a run first team. Like we want to be a heavy run team. I'm pretty sure Aaron Glenn has even said that, you know. So that is going to be a thing. But I think, you know, if Geno's feeling himself and the pass catchers are doing their thing, I think the combination between we have that threat of the run and Geno's just feeling it, throwing 20, 30, 40-yard bombs and just, you know, I could see us having those blowouts. So, yeah, but
Dude,
in reality, we are going to be a run first team.
if he's throwing 40-yard bombs, they're going to Arian Smith, right, Murph?
No. They're going to
Sorry,
A.D.
Johnny.
Mitchell, probably.
Sorry, Johnny. You know what? I
Sorry.
honestly like to piggyback off of the I don't care how many wins versus eye test question that I just kind of just threw out there. Like, it's even less than that. It's not even the eye test. It's like, how do you play against the AFC East? You know, can we get to 3-3, man? There's a lot of people who say 1-5. Can we even get to 2-4? But the 4 are competitive. That'll go a long way with
Dude,
me.
it's an uphill battle. It really
It
is
is.
for us.
I mean, there's a lot of people that say the Patriots had no challenge, and the Bills are the Bills, and the Finns are washed. Can you sweep the Finns? Can you steal 1 from the Pats? That's 3-3.
Yeah. But you're making it simple. You're
I
making
know.
it too simple, Dane. Like, can you steal 1 from the Pats? Well, that's easier said than done, you know? These teams have had our number. Even the fucking Dolphins, you know? I mean, we might get one from them every once in a while, but we really haven't had a lot of success against them either. So it's an uphill battle, and until we get it out of our heads, that I can understand that why coaches want to come in and they want to change the culture. That's part of the culture they want to change. They want these players to go out on the field and believe that they can beat the guys in their division. And that's something that we have to do. That's first. That's first and foremost, man. If you're not competitive in your division, you're not competitive, period. I don't care how good your division is.
Fair.
You got to do it.
Murph, can you do me a favor and read this comment and try to do your best impression of the submitter?
Jets Chaos, our good buddy Jeremy, is in here, and he's saying, "No, I can't do the impression, dude. I don't."
I will say he has made impressions of you several times.
He's better at impressions than I am, and he's probably more confident in himself than I am. Jeremy's a good dude, and he's a very entertaining dude. So yeah, Miami is 2 easy wins. They are pure crap. See, that's not it. I'm gonna have to go study some film. I'm gonna have to watch more chaos, you know, which I should be doing anyway. What am I doing? to be fair, I'm not watching any Jets content lately. But yeah, so getting on to what he's actually talking about, rather than my horrible impression, Miami is 2 easy wins on paper. But this is division games, and in division games, any given Sunday, right? So we don't know that. And also, you kind of have to prove that to me, right? Prove that to me that we are a better team than Miami. Because even though they have less talent, does that mean that, what about their coaching? Maybe their coaching's better for all we know. Maybe they just come out and they're feistier than we are, and we just kind of lay over and let them do whatever. Until we do that, it's hard for me to believe it, Jeremy. Really, and I don't want to be too negative because you're right on paper. You are right on paper, and I'm hoping that's the case.
Agreed, 100%. And I, for one, just said sweep Miami and split with New England, which is, I mean, that's a common take for going 3-3. But just to, I'm just going to piggyback off of you, Murph. On paper, though, I question that just because, and I'm piggybacking, I'm agreeing with you, but I wonder, on paper, the very largest, biggest factor, coaching, you said it, yes. Good. Quarterback as well. We, the Jets, and hold on, let me add something to the screen so I'm not ginormous. The ginormous ginger hashtag. We have Geno Smith, who's been good in the past. Was it last year? No. Okay. So we have Geno Smith, who was not good last year. We have a good roster around him, admittedly. What do they have? They have Malik Willis, who I didn't want to sign all offseason. I said, this guy, I think I was saying it first, too, to be honest. This guy has only thrown 155 passes in the league, period. And he's going to get $30 million a year? Come on, bro. 155 passes? Did our backups have more? Two of our backups have more passes in the league than that. And I've been blasting them for not having enough passes. But anyways, does that mean we have a potentially bad quarterback, at least bad last year? I mean, it's a what have you done for me lately league, right? Geno has not been good in 24 months, 20 months, whatever you want to say. What do they have? They have that's obviously flipped. They have a question mark. They have an unknown. So yes, we are better on paper. Geno has done it. Malik Willis has not. They have a brand new coaching staff. They've been semi-tanking. I get all that on paper, and I'm with you. Sweep them. For the love of God, fucking sweep them. However, what if Malik Willis is good? We don't know. What if he's good? What if he elevates those around him? All of a sudden, you could go 0-6 in the East. I'm not saying we will. I'm just saying, don't just pencil it in as 2 wins either. We got to make sure we get the best of Malik Willis on those days. Geno got to be, flying high, like he's going down I-95. Yeah. So we'll see. Murph, anything to add about how going against a team you are better than, however, they have an unknown at the quarterback position and you have a
unknown at quarterback position?
Yeah, how that could go either way.
Doing,
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just
better than them?
that helps my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, this could go either way. You could sweep them, they could sweep you. You don't fucking know, right?
Geno's had what, one good year, maybe one and a half. I mean, I don't know, and he's had a much longer career than Malik Willis. You know, so you could say, okay, well, based on total career, Geno's a better quarterback. Well, based on recency bias, you could say that Malik Willis is a better quarterback. So it could go either or, man. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm just saying that we can't beat down on Malik Willis whenever we have Geno Smith as our starting quarterback. I struggle with that. Who do you think has the better running back? So
Honestly, them.
Yeah. Yeah, at least more proven in less time. So, okay, maybe they have a worse offensive line. We don't know that though. Maybe those guys, they don't have the star power, but they just cohesive. They have maybe they end up having good offensive line coaching, and they just take off running, man. And next thing you know, they have a 2,500-yard rushing season. Between all the running backs, not just one. I'm not saying any of this is coming true. I'm just saying, like, there is a world where all this happens, all these different things. Like maybe Malik Willis goes off for 4,000 yards and 28 touchdowns and 10 picks or something, and they end up being good. Like, I don't know. Maybe Geno does that. We don't know. It's just.
It's a crapshoot.
I can't chalk them up as two easy wins. I just can't.
Agreed. Actually, I kind of did. I'm not gonna lie. I just was playing the other side of it. But I do think you got to go out. I'm not saying you will. I'm saying you must sweep the Finns. Period. I'm just, again, I see both sides. I'm sure you see both sides too. Like on paper, we need to, but at the same time, quarterback position is a force multiplier, and we really don't know what either side has. So it's tough. It's tough. But Chaos followed it up with our diatribes against him there and our terrible impressions and all that. He did say if you wanted to properly impersonate him, then you would just need to shove McDonald's in your face while you're talking.
I'll have to try that next time. I will. I
Don't get iceberg lettuce though, okay?
No, don't do that at all. Apparently, you can't fresh fruit or anything. We're not getting into all that, but I'll just continue eating shit because I don't get parasites from the shit that I eat. So, and as Jets fans, we'll all eat shit every year. And
we're built for this shit.
He was also bringing up how talking about on paper, right? And
yeah,
there's been so many off seasons, and this is like probably the most like these past, probably last season, this season, the most pessimistic I've ever been as a Jets fan. I've always been super optimistic. I have, and it's just because I'm so sick of the on paper shit that we've had. Because like that last year of Saleh, on paper, I mean, how many of us had us going like 12 wins? Like on paper, I thought we were going to be so freaking good. Like what? All of us did. I mean, I don't know if I knew anybody that was like, 5 wins. I don't think I knew a single person that was predicting that. Even fans of other teams were like at least 9. And so I'm just the on paper thing I can't do anymore, because we've done it for years. We've drafted high, and we're like, oh, look at this talent we have. Oh, we spent a bunch of money in free agency. Look at all this talent we have. On paper, we're right up there in the division. We're at least second in the division. And then we end up again, I can't do the on paper. And that's why I'm really excited. And you can piggyback off this, Dane. Muji prioritized raising the floor this year, and I love it. I think that was the move. You know,
Dude, I really thoroughly enjoy a good floor raising. Um, just roll, just flick a grape in the corner and I'll get it in a month. Um, but you know what? We Murph, you got time for a first time caller in the DZ?
I do, and we also have a super chat too.
Oh, no, we don't.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, oh, what the hell?
We do. We do. So
Fucking A, man.
you gotta play your clip, huh?
Oh, you know what? You're right. For Chaos, who's probably never seen it, or the big fella, buckle up. We are built for this shit. Murph, we have a new super chat. Cha-ching. I love Charles. I love Charles. He
He's
is
the best. The best.
Chaos. Yeah, I'm trying to get to this super chat, man. Chaos. Theoretically, Arizona can win. Yeah. You know what? Jacoby Brissett forever, man. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's July. Anybody can win anything, right? That's why Jet fans' favorite month is July. No, I know what you're saying. Chaos. You're gonna rebuttal all of this Sunday night, and Murph, I'm gonna have toothpicks on your eyelids. You're gonna be forced to listen on Sunday night to Chaos. All right. Super chat from the big fella, a king amongst men, 365 days a year, as the name suggests. $4.99. Keep holding down Friday nights, gentlemen. You're doing a great job. The actual football can't come soon enough. You know, we joked around a lot tonight, but we do try to stick to actual football. Big fella, I appreciate it if that's what you're referring to, and just appreciate it altogether. Murph, anything to add?
No, big fella, just great dude, man. Like, and he's been in the Jets community for a while, and he comes in and he gives us some things to talk about, and he even shows us some love here and there, like he did tonight. I appreciate you, big fella, and I'm right there with you. It's been a slow off season, you know. After the draft, it's just been, it drags. So I can't wait. Even preseason, I'll take at this point. You know, so yeah, appreciate you, big fella. Thank you. Also, it was actually before the super chat, and we kind of overlooked it there
Yeah,
a little bit.
I'm terrible.
But our
Thank
good
you.
buddy Phil gifted a membership earlier. I'm going to say appreciate you there, Phil. Thank you very much.
Florida Phil is the man, dude. I appreciate it. You don't know who got it though, do you, Murph?
I do, and it is bang.
James Eubanks. I wonder if he's related
There's
to
a reason
Weeb.
I got this. I'm just saying.
Dude, let me see that again. That is crispy.
It is. It is crispy.
I like that.
It came out really well. Yeah, I like
It
that.
did, man. Do you every once in a while, China does some good work.
Yeah, every once in a while they do, for sure.
James, I hope you're related to Weeb. But dude, Florida Phil, thank you for real. I see you a lot. I think on Boy Green. Appreciate that you found us late at night, considering he is very early in the morning. Murph's, dude, and big fella, thank you. I mean it when I say it's a treat when you do pop into the chat, because you're always talking ball down there and you're getting people stoked and getting engagement out of them as well as us. So thank you. But we got to segue. We got to, dude, it's not often. It's a special occasion, Murph. We have a first time caller into the zone. Got to hear from them. I don't know how long I have you, but we got a call. Let's do that, and then we'll go from there. Guy I see around a lot in the Jet content community, a very, very upper echelon Jets fan. Also out of market like us, Murph. So there's some continuity there.
Facts.
The one, the only, Derek, Kansas City fan, Jets fan.
Yo,
D,
thanks so much.
D Rick,
Dude,
what's up, dude?
what's up,
Not
man?
much. Thanks so much for having me on, boys. Long time listener in the back. You guys do such a good job. Also, shout out the big fella. I know he's from Nashville. I cannot wait to get down there and meet him and just a lot of other just wonderful humans from this community, man. I've never been a part of a fan base that is just like interlocked, just glue. I have yet to meet a bad Jets fan. I really do. Shout out to you guys, man. Thanks so much for having me on. It's gonna be a fun season, man. I really think so.
Derek, have you always been in Kansas, or is that new? And maybe just some may know this, but like, how did you become a Jet fan?
So I'm 35. I was born in '91. But yes, I was born and raised. I was born and raised
Shout
in
out.
Kansas. Hell yeah,
91
Murph.
crew.
Hell yeah, let's go, dude.
That's right. That's right.
So I actually have memories from my long-term memory is pretty strong. I remember in 1998 we played the Denver Broncos in the AFC Championship game. Led that game 10-0 at halftime, and ever since age 7, I've been locked in. Wayne Corbett, Curtis Martin, and Vinny Testaverde. My mom got me a Vinny Testaverde jersey when I was 6 years old, and it got lost in a move, sadly. But luckily, I won a signed one on the Jake Asman show. Shout out Jake, does great work over there too. Yeah, it's just I feel so blessed. It's so funny. I don't know a single Jets fan here in Kansas, right? So like all my friends are Chiefs fans, like diehard Chiefs fans, and they used to kind of be trash, quite frankly, before Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. So they kind of get the struggle a little bit, But I feel like every year, especially when they went to 5 of the last 8 Super Bowls or whatever it is, they try to convert me every year. It's like, Derek, like, we won't judge you if you want to switch sides. And I can't, man. I'm too locked in, dude. Running back was my favorite position as a kid growing up. Curtis Martin and Wayne Corbett. Probably my favorite Jets receiver in Jets history, not named Wesley Walker, even though I didn't get to watch a lot of Wesley Walker. I love his background and his story, and only having one eye and still just being one of the most dominant field stretchers in the NFL. I just feel blessed to be a part of a community that is just so nice, man. Words couldn't possibly fathom to express how wonderful it is.
Could you imagine, dude, once we're winning, like imagine this community. Well, I mean, we all live this community now, but like we all saw the Knicks championship and how like 99% of America joined in and really enjoyed that team. Like, I do think if we saw success, I think that there would be a rallying of the country just like that. Just because we deserve it,
I think so too. This fan base is so it's vast, and it's great. I don't know, for the longest time I remember we went on like a 3-year schneid where we couldn't get a single roughing the passer, and it's just I feel like even all my Chiefs fans, like, because they know like my struggle, and like shout out to all my friends, like they know what it's like just to lose every week, and like I feel like even though all the stats are daunting, but we've been so competitive, and I think that's what makes it so tough. But no matter how bad the Jets are, to your point, like when the Knicks went on that reign, like the 53-year drought or whatever it was, like you've seen what that could do if the Jets make the playoffs, let alone for like all you content creators. Like imagine being able to host even an away playoff game, like on a YouTube show. Like that would just do so much just for the community, and I think it'd be great. I think we're close.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. And you mentioned how we went that long period without like a roughing the passer penalty or for us, against us we have plenty. And it's just funny because like there's that, but then we had the game where we played the Chiefs. It was 2 or 3 years ago, and DJ Reed was 100 mile an hour, and he could have put Patrick he could have put Mahomes in another dimension, and he just steered away from him.
Yeah.
Because he knew that we would get it, but they wouldn't, and it sucks because, when you have that star quarterback, you get those type of calls, and we just haven't in so long.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we had Rodgers, but it just wasn't the same. If we could finally have a guy that the NFL could be like, yeah, hey, that's one of our guys. That's one of our guys that we hang our hat on. Maybe we would actually get some of the calls that we should get. But hey, we're all here. We're keeping our heads down, and we're going to truck through the bad times, and eventually we will prosper.
Well, Murph, you just said it. Well, Derek said it as well. Like this is we can do it. It's there. But Murph, you also alluded to it needing to be quarterback oriented. That is the reason we are in an exciting time, I think, as Jet fans, because right after you draft a franchise quarterback, you're kind of stuck for 4 or 5 years. We're on the eve of doing that. So there's still that possibility. We drafted Zach in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 years later and we still haven't drafted another high quarterback. So that's how long you have to wait to take another stab at the apple. Sometimes we're going to get the chance to take a dart throw again next year. And if things go right, real right, dude, we could dominate the 2030s. That's, I know, pump the brakes, unlike Gino, but pump the brakes. Dude, if you hit though, dude, we're all eating for 15 years. I don't even need that. Just give me a Purdy.
Give me a Mark Sanchez. Yeah, give me
dude. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Well, no, I mean, in the modern day, just win games, with a good defense, Yeah, I definitely don't like one.
Something, not a Zach Wilson. Because, if we all get another Zach Wilson, I don't know where we are here in 2 years, but something to give us hope. Right now, it's awesome. It's the best time to be a Jet fan because, we're building a team around the quarterback and we all are approving of. And we also have all the ammo we need to take exactly who we want. When have we ever been in that position, for one? But you just got to go and get the right guy. And then it's all tied together with a bow. And then bam, the 2030s, we're in ecstasy. So it's an exciting time to be a Jet fan.
I think so too. And to your point, Muji has put us in a phenomenal position because Quinton Williams was one of my favorite Jets. But we were 0-7 with him in Sauce. And now you're telling me that we got 3 first-rounders this year, and we traded to get Omar Cooper Jr. over the Bills, which I love. F the Bills. Sorry about that if there's any Bills fans listening. So we have all 3 of those guys on 4 to 5 year deals since first-round draft pick, you get a 5th-year option. And we got 3 firsts going into next year. And every major analyst that I know, DomC I know, is a big fan of the 2027 draft. And we pretty much have the chance to command that with 3 first-round draft picks. And to your point, DZ, about taking a stab on Zach Wilson, yeah, that was a missed start, though. The one thing that was so tough about that, if we don't beat the Rams, we get Trevor Lawrence. But I feel like I'd almost rather be in the position and take Zach Wilson 2 overall rather than have Trevor Lawrence, because he hasn't really seen the postseason success. But we haven't really seen him with a competent head coach since he got Liam Cohen. But I think with the way that Muji, and you look at this roster, Inigbari, Osai, David Onyemata, Jarvis Brownlee, Briggs, I feel like this is the most competent GM we've had in a while. And to your other point, we're actually building the O-line. We're giving weapons. We never gave Sam Darnold weapons. His best weapon was Quincy Enunwa, who I love, heart and soul. Quincy Enunwa, former tight end at Nebraska. I actually go to about 2 Nebraska games a year, even though I'm not a Nebraska football fan. I kind of try to follow him. But I think that Muji has us aligned really good here. And when you look at our weapons and Frank Reich, he's never had an offense worse than 16th in the NFL, I don't think. I think one year he had the 18th ranked offense. And you got Sadiq, you got Breece Hall, you got Garrett Wilson, you got A.D. Mitchell. All those guys almost run sub 440s. And I think that you're not going to have to be able to just load and stack the box against Brees Hall like you could do last year since Braylon Allen went down. I think if you're going to have to look out for all those weapons, I think if you can just start off hot, like shout out Jake Asman. He thinks week 1 at Tennessee is a must win. I'll be there. I think it is too. If you can't beat Bob Sala in that roster, who do we got to stop? Carnell Tate? They still got Ridley? I'm not even sure, but
I mean, I agree. It's must win, but like I think it's more like psychologically must win, if that makes sense. Like get that monkey off your back, so to speak. But like, I mean, is it really must win week 1? No, but
no,
like
not
at the
per
same
se.
time, it's Bob Sala though. At the same time, and it's a team we should win. And you know what? You and others, or at least others in the chat, I heard already talking tonight, they're going to be there. So, in my opinion, if all these people that in our community are going to be there, yeah, it's fucking must win.
Yeah. For Jets fans, morale. Yeah, definitely.
Damn straight.
For the fan base, a morale win for sure. I think we will. I love the addition of D'Angelo Pons. It's kind of odd to seem like we're putting a lot of our faith in these rookies this year. I love Muji's moves that he's made in basically only 2 years, really, is like getting to pick and choose this roster. I want Aaron Glenn to win. I have my doubts about if he will win. Fun stat facts. I got 2 of them. 5 of our first 7 games last year, we lost by 8 points or less. That's 1 possession. 5 of our first 7 games, all of them. So we were very competitive. I still agree with firing Steve Wilkes because it just wasn't there. And,
Hey, I gotta interject real quick.
What's up, Murph?
The close games that you're talking about, a lot of that was blowouts until the fourth quarter. Whenever Justin Fields finally was able to, hey, maybe I should actually throw this ball. So I'm not trying to discredit what you're saying, but like, because I think a lot of it was him. You know what I mean? Like the reason we were getting blown out was him. But also the reason it was close was because he just finally decided to unleash. That was the life of Justin Fields. I do agree with you, though. I think that the team was closer than a lot of people think, maybe. You know, it's quarterback. That's what it boils down to, man.
Yeah. And I think there's a statistic. Justin Fields almost held onto the ball for almost 6 seconds per play. You will not survive in the National Football League if you not against these modern day edge rushers that we have these days. So in Jets history, I have my doubts about Geno Smith. Don't get me wrong, but he's thrown for 4,000 yards plus 2 of the last 4 years. We have one 4,000-yard passer in Jets history, and that's a great late Joe Willie name it. So I'm suspect on Geno. I mean, I hope he does well, but to Murph's point, Geno's not going to be afraid to press the ball downfield. And that Raiders offensive line was atrocious. And the Raiders traded their best weapon in Jacoby Myers to the Jags, and we've seen what he was able to do. I just think if Geno can get protected, and we got to feed Brees, man. He's only got probably a couple more solid years left, tires on the tread. I think it was the first 7 weeks we had a top 7 rushing attack in the NFL when Braylon Allen was healthy, and that hit. I love Mika Fitzpatrick. I'm glad he's a Jet, but that hit on Braylon was so dirty, dude. That sidelined Braylon for the whole season. We're putting a lot of our eggs in that basket, but I like Isaiah Davis too.
Derek, let me ask you this, because I think you are damn near unanimously received in the chat as one of, if not the most positive Jets fans in our community. The only guy I put up there on a pedestal with you is a guy I have in the green room wanting to come out.
Okay.
Can we add some more positivity to the show?
Of course.
You know
Let's go.
Let's do this. This is going to be another first time caller into the Danger Zone, guys. Hey, buckle up. We're built for this positivity, baby.
Let's go.
The one, the only moderator on the channel, mind you, Chris B.
What is up, Chris, my guy? I think you're muted, buddy.
You might be muted there, buddy.
Let me see if I can. Microphone.
Is it on
Chris
your
be
end,
good,
Dan,
dude.
or his?
I don't know. He might have to refresh. Let me. You know what? He's using a headset. Let me see if this works. Chris, say something now. Chris, say something.
He's
No,
trying.
yeah. Can you refresh, Chris? Because we really need your positivity, brother. Refresh or close out, come back in. Let's give that a whirl. All right, my
Love
man,
Crispy.
dude.
Dude,
I've seen him. I've seen him elsewhere. Haven't seen him call in here. I think you sparked it, Derek Murph. Did you have something to add?
no, I'm just fucking lit that Chris called in. Like I can't. I actually never thought he would. That's awesome. Props to Bill M. He was putting the pressure on him in the chat. Awesome,
Bill owns
Chris.
the man.
Hey, Chris. Even I don't know if you're listening or not, but even if it doesn't work out when you try again, we appreciate the attempts, and we appreciate you being in the chat, always giving us some love, giving some positivity, like Derek does. That's awesome, man. Because I know, like, I've admitted it. Like these last 2 seasons, I've been as negative as more negative than I've ever been because I've always been that guy. Like, hey, well, if this, if that,
Right.
And I kind of just gave up on it the last 2 seasons, and now I'm like, prove it to me, But
I feel like
I'm
that's
still
fair.
there. Like I don't want people to think otherwise. Like I'm still there. I'm still rooting this team on. I'm still watching these games, and just because I come off negative before the game happens doesn't mean that when we score a touchdown in the game, I'm not jumping up and down like, yeah, like I told you, like talking my shit. You know what I mean? Like I'm
You're
there.
just.
I'm with you guys. We're all fans of this team.
It's just
But
Hell yeah.
you're more measured on the hopium aspect. It's
I am.
yeah. I
And
get that. I
also
relate.
it invites great conversation. When I get to talking with somebody like Derek, we can go back and forth. Like I can go, maybe the more negative aspects, whatever, and he can give me some stuff on positive, and like we can kind of go back and forth. And nobody's right, nobody's wrong. It's just fun, right? That's why we're here.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and if you're a Jets fan, you're not going anywhere.
Exactly.
Ride or die.
And speaking of
Do we
great
have-
Jets fans,
Chris.
hey,
Let's go. Yo, I'm gonna need me one of those.
Hey, you know what?
Hell
We
yeah.
have a new. We made an upgrade. Okay, the new one is.
Oh, that's right. The unveiling of the new.
All right.
All right.
Okay, DZ. Is that a natural light in there?
Is that what? You know what? This is a.
Oh, Pabst Light? Yeah, that's a good beer
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
I do like some Pabst.
Nice.
PBR.
Hey, you know
Nice.
what? They're almost 5%. That's the only thing that catches my eye.
Oh yeah.
But I will say, if you do want a koozie, I sent Chris, and sorry, brother, it looks like you are still muted, man. But you can hang out, man, and just chill, or you can rejoin the chat. But dude, chill on screen because I just love having both you and Derek together. And oh my God, we got. Holy shit, Murph! You're never going to bed, man.
What do we got?
Dude,
Let's go.
positivity. Would you say another word? What would you say a synonym for positivity is, Murph?
Dude, it is too late
That's a
and
good
too
one.
many beers for you to be asking me about synonyms for.
I would beg to say that positivity and happy go hand in hand.
There we go.
Okay.
With
yeah.
that being said, with that being said, why don't we bring out Happy Eddie McGuire?
Eddie?
Out there he is.
What's up?
What up,
Hey.
guy?
So nice to see you, my man. You're always so kind to me in chat all the time. It's so
Derek,
nice.
you're the man. You're the man.
Hey,
And
thanks.
Chris, bro. Chris,
You're the man.
You guys are. By the way, the happy thing is a marketing thing. I just do that in the front of my name because my email got burnt out. You know what I'm saying? I hate email, bro.
So I just put Happy Eddie McGuire at Gmail, and it just became a thing. How you guys doing? Good?
Good, brother. Good, brother. It's so nice to see you, man. On every Jets podcast I'm on, you're always so nice to me. So it's so nice to get to put a face to the name, and hell yeah, thanks
Now
for
you're
joining
mad
us,
cool.
man.
You're mad cool, Derek. Always a good, positive dude. You know what I'm saying? Big
Thanks,
fella.
man.
I mean, I usually don't call too much. You know, once in a while I call Ryan back in the day, but I like big. Oh, you guys, I know you guys, and Chris is it's so great to see Chris, man. What's up, Chris?
For sure, Chris is the man.
Did he get the mute thing fixed or not?
Nah, I
Nah.
think he's still having issues with either the headphones or the mute or something. I don't know, but he's still hanging with us.
That's
Yeah,
cool. Yeah,
yeah.
let him chill. By the way, real quick, Dane, if I cut out, just 'cause I'm upstate in the Catskill Mountains, up in. So I don't know. We just got up here. I don't know. My signal's hit or miss up here. So if I start chopping, just chop me out. You know what I'm saying?
I
Sound good,
got
brother.
you, man. Dude, I feel like, I don't know, man. I'm humbled by all this positivity and happiness that I have
Yeah.
on screen right now. Like, Murph, man, I guess we're the pessimism on the panel. Not really. We're just
Mostly
like,
me, mostly me, not you. Also, Dane, speaking of pessimism, happy and positivity aren't necessarily synonyms.
oh, jeez, man.
Come
You have to
on,
burst my
man. Get it
bubble, man. Come
together.
on.
Get it
Come on.
together.
We can
Two
pretend
different
they are.
things.
So let's let me ask you guys a question, because I'm not a big Geno guy. You know, like when we drafted Geno back in the day, I'm like, oh my god, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, he was pretty good though, West Virginia. That last year, he was good. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I just never like when it comes to the quarterback. I'm really into the line of scrimmage, LOS. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Yeah,
manipulation. I love that about the quarterback position. So
between the ears.
my whole thing with Geno is, can we get him to a baseline where he's a game manager? So, looking at some numbers like McCown, I mean, you guys could look this up, but I think McCown, like, I don't know if he played a full season, but it might have been a full season, but within the 17 game range or whatever, I think he had like 3,500 yards, if I'm not mistaken, and like 13 touchdowns or maybe 19 touchdowns or something like that. And then you got Fitz. So these are the two people that come into my brain when it comes to Geno. The other one is Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick had that year, bro. Like almost 4,000 yards. I don't think he hit 4,000, but he had.
close,
He might have had 30 touchdowns though, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not. So
Second most, I think.
yeah.
Can Marsh and Decker.
Can Geno? I mean, if he hit Fitzpatrick, that would be insane, dude. You know what I'm saying? But can he baseline game manage? Like, and we all know that he's going to get like chopped up in the head sometimes because he just, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? He's not like a master manipulator at the line. Dude, he can't even figure out how to drive without like not have like he still makes like these are life management things that you should be able to handle, especially as a 35-year-old dude. You know what I'm saying? But like at the line of, and a lot of Jets fans, I battle in the chat sometimes. They're like, oh, it's not really a big deal. And dude, you're a quarterback, bro. You got to be able to have like your shit tight. You know what I'm saying? You got to be, if you can't have like little things like with a girl like that, rolling up on your stuff like that. I know, like, whatever. It's neither here nor there, but you know what I'm saying. You got to have your shit tight. So,
what I will say is he has one advantage that most don't coming here, and that he was here before with higher pressure and higher stakes. And and I'm not saying it went well. I'm just saying I hope to God he is reflected on that, and maybe will come with tools mentally that he didn't have the first go around. And will it be enough? I don't know, man, because I really do think that the job he's just taken is probably one of the most challenging in sports. Like you said, though, the bar is not high. Can we just get like adequate
baseline game
Top 16
management.
quarterback play.
Competency.
Like just
That's
now,
not his
I've been,
style.
it's not his
That's
style.
really
That's
not
the thing.
Gino's style.
Now I've been
He's
battling
kind of
some
a
people with
gunslinger.
this. Murph, check this out. I'm gonna throw this at you. I'm gonna throw this at
Go
all you
ahead.
guys.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Who's the best game manager of all time?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He's a game manager. The best quarterbacks are game. People like game manager. It's like not even dude. Game manager is like peak. If you now,
People treat it as a backhanded compliment for
they
sure.
do. They do.
Yeah, but
Can
I think
Gino
it's
game manage. We got the weapons, dude. Sadiq. Now Frank Reich turned Ertz into a machine in Philly. I think that's the plan. I think Rex Ryan's son has got some. I think he got. I don't know, man.
Seth.
Yeah.
To your point, Eddie, I think there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about when you look at last year's roster, like with Michael Clemens and Watts, and we added a lot of veteran leadership. Like Demario Davis is going to be able to be that quarterback of our defense. He's going to put Jamie and Sherwood in a lot more positions to succeed. I think Mika Fitzpatrick in the secondary level is going to be able to put D'Angelo Ponce and AZ Thomas in positions to succeed. If we can limit turnovers. Also, to your point, Eddie, this team, like in the last decade, we don't play with a lot of leads, man. It's just, can you convert in the red zone?
Yeah.
Even if it's just a field goal, even if it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
If we can limit turnovers, I feel like Harrison Phillips and David Onyemata were both top 7 in PFF in stopping the run last year, let alone what Demario Davis has been able to do his entire career. So, like, there's no excuses on this roster anymore for Aaron Glenn. Darren Mucci has put Aaron Glenn in the best position that he's ever been able to be in to succeed. Now, in terms of Aaron Glenn and Mucci, I don't know who hired like all the staff, but I like Musgrave. I like Dunbar. I feel like this is the best staff in terms of like years of experience in the NFL that we just didn't have last year. And I don't know if it's going to convert into a lot of wins, but I think that we should be a lot more competitive, I will say.
I mean, I'm really
with
big
you there.
on. Yeah, I'll shut up. Go ahead. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good. I was just going to say, like, I'm with you there. Like, as hard as I am on Aaron Glenn right now, I think that he has done a decent job at building up the staff around him with some experience, with some guys that have done it before, and guys that I feel like most of us can trust, even without seeing the product yet on the field. I love the Carl Dunbar hire. That's my favorite hire, you know. But there's also a lot of others, you know, like Luke Musgrave and even Rex Ryan's son, you know, Seth Ryan. There's a lot of guys that I do have faith in. It's just like, can Glenn steer the ship in the right direction, you know? And can he do it with the quarterback that we have right now? That's the question. It's like we like you guys were saying, a game manager would probably be great for this team. I think that would be excellent for this because we are going to be a run heavy team. We have a great O-line, you know, overall.
Got the players,
all pieces together, pretty cohesive. Most of those guys have played together at this point, aside from Dylan Parham. We have a lot of pieces, you know. There's a lot of things to like about it. It's just it really a lot of it falls back on two things, and it's Aaron Glenn and the quarterback, right, Geno Smith. So I don't think Geno is a game manager type, but I also think that he's the type that's not afraid. Like last year, Justin Fields would hold on to the ball. What did you say, 6 seconds? That is
something close.
Yeah, it was like
in
it was
the
insane.
NFL.
It was the
That
longest
is an eternity. What the hell? Like, I know quarterbacks that would have killed for 6 seconds. They would have gave their left nut for 6 seconds in the pocket. You know what I mean? Like, our offensive line is blocking their asses off just for Justin Fields to be like, you know, and it's insane, man. So I don't think Geno's that guy. So at the very least, we're going to have a more exciting offense to look at, I hope. You know what I mean? Geno's not going to be afraid to let it go. Yeah, we're probably going to have more turnovers this year. I know, Derek, you're saying if we can cut down on turnovers, that would be great. But on the flip side, you know, we might have more turnovers, but we're probably going to have more points too.
Yeah, let them ring it out, you know?
and he's got
Yeah.
some guys to throw it to. I don't think anybody on this panel or anybody in the chat can deny there's
The opposite
there's
of
enough
Fields.
talent on this team to throw the ball. You know,
Yeah.
Garrett Wilson,
Talent
Omar
everywhere, bro.
Cooper, A.D. Mitchell,
Speed.
Sadiq, Mason Taylor, Brees Hall. Hell, even Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis are pretty decent out of the backfield. Isaiah Williams popped off at the end of the year last year. So here's my positivity, since you guys are bringing it out in me a little bit here.
Hell yeah,
You know,
Murph.
there is pieces on this team, and I don't want you guys to think that I don't recognize that. I don't want you to think, you know, it's just like, let me see it, Aaron Glenn, and let me see it, Geno Smith. You know, at the very least, let me see it, Aaron Glenn, because
For
Geno,
sure.
I know we can correct after this year, right? We know,
for sure.
Everybody
Yeah.
knows we got those 3 picks. We got those 3 picks in our pocket, and we're ready to unleash them bitches if we need to. So let me see it, Aaron Glenn. Be competitive. Show us that you can do this. Show us that you can lead the team in the right path, that you have the right coaching staff around you. And then if we got to, we'll get our quarterback next year, and we'll be back and ready, locked and loaded, ready to do the thing.
Let me ask you guys something, all
Love
of
it.
you,
Yeah.
if we
Love
could
it,
go
Murph.
maybe around in a circle, but like,
Around the horn.
what if Geno plays well and you don't let it impact your draft plans? You still draft the quarterback that you want. I mean, I think most of us in the chat, on the panel, in the fan base, want the quarterback that we draft to sit for a year and marinate. If that's the case, do you go get a different veteran for another 1-year wonder and hope it goes as well as in this scenario, 2026 goes with Geno, it goes well.
Ooh,
Or do you give him another year and say, hey, give us year 2, Geno? We want to see that. Like, what is your preference? I know it depends on how well 2026 goes, but like also, do you even want to sit that rookie for a year? Like, I guess it depends on you. Derek, why don't we start with you and just loop around?
Okay. So I actually love that. That's a great question. So the Bucks are still not certain if they want to sign Baker Mayfield. So let's say Baker has a down year because he's without Mike Evans now. Is that a bridge quarterback that you could maybe want to deal with and use your 3 first-round draft picks on weapons and maybe another edge in case you want to cut ties with Will McDonald before you extend them? So I think that is a beautiful question, my friend. It depends. I have to see the record. I need to see what the games look like. Are we losing by an NFL record 23 or 23 or more points, 5 straight games? The only team in NFL history to do that. To Murph's point, this is the biggest year on Aaron Glenn. Like, I feel like I hope he's matured a lot. Like, we got to see it. But to your point, Dano, I think, man, I don't know. So say Geno, I don't know, what's the bar record wise? Are we 7-9 or 7-10 rather? Or
let's say 8-9. He throws for 3,500, and his touchdown pick is 3-2.
Ooh, 3-2. I think for the record, I might be able to be willing to bring Geno back, assuming we bring back Frank Wright and assuming on the defense, because our offensive weapons are set. A.D. Mitchell, he's in a contract extension year, so I know he's going to give his all. I think that personally, just for me, I think Garrett Wilson and A.D. Mitchell is going to be the best 1-2 punch at receiver we've probably arguably had since Eric Decker and Brandon Marshall. So if you're giving me 8-9 and Geno was like, yeah, 3-2, I'd be okay with it. I'd browse the market for sure. This 2027 draft class is going to be loaded. I'm a big Dante Moore fan. I'm not sold on Arch Manning. He's got to prove some stuff at Texas. He's only completed about 62% since he's been a starter at Texas. That's not even NFL average, about mid-top 15 range. But I think that, I'd be sold on running it back with Geno. And I think 8-9 would be enough maybe for Woody to bring Aaron Glenn back. I'm rooting for Aaron Glenn because I'm sick of trying to search for new head coaches. But yeah, that's a good point. I think so, DZ or Dana.
Yeah.
What do you think, Eddie?
Yeah. I would definitely bring Geno back if he can get to, which I think he can. You know what I'm saying? I really think that if he can get to McCown's stage, which really isn't asking a whole lot. I know McCown was good, but if he can get to that baseline, sure, man. So I would definitely bring Geno back. Definitely draft a quarterback next year. I'm the crazy person that's all in on Sorsby still. I think that he might be the best quarterback next year. I was all in on getting him in I'm a guy that, I'm a convicted felon, so I've been through the ropes in my life. So I'm all about second chances. You know what I'm saying? Like, it blows
Preach.
my mind how many people have written him. I know Dane went through some stuff too there, but it blows my mind how like just people have just written him off. Like a lot of Jets fans, they're like, it's like, dude. I mean, it was an app. Like I understand.
And we've all done
Quarterback.
it.
You know what I'm
Like,
saying? But right, yeah. It's not like he was hanging out with dudes from freaking. I actually grew up in one of those neighborhoods, like, Goodfella type dudes. I grew up with a lot of guys like that. Like he wasn't involved in that type of thing. It was an act.
Are you putting him above the likes of Dante Moore, just throwing his name out there, and Arch Manning, a CJ Bailey, who I didn't hear about until tonight. All those guys.
So listen, here's a situation so to back up a bit. No matter who we get next year, if it's Moore, whoever it is, and I like Moore, you know what I mean. The only thing that scares me about Moore a little bit is the thinness. I mean, they say he's 6'3". I don't know. Like when I watch him, he doesn't look. But I guess he is 6'3". I don't really know, but he's a pocket quarterback, so he's not going to be that. I mean, he's mobile, but he's not like. I think people think he's like a mobile. Like he's not. He's not a mobile passer. He's a pocket passer. And he's a little thin. And like the dude that played for Washington, who I loved coming out from LSU.
Oh, Penix? Or no, wait, maybe I'm thinking someone else.
No, DC. The quarterback.
Jayden Daniels. Yeah.
Daniels, dude, who was dope. Coming out, right? But I mean, he's mobile, so I mean, he's running around. I don't think Moore's going to get hurt like that because Moore's not going to run. They're not the same type of athlete, But the same kind of build though, that thin, skinny build. Anyway, neither here nor there. But no matter what quarterback we get next year, if Geno plays well this year, absolutely bring him back. Let the quarterback sit behind Geno, and then kind of run with it.
I like that.
I do like Sorsby as far as the quarterbacks next year. Like you said, Manning. I don't know. Do I even like? I don't know. Like there's two sides to the Manning thing. People. I kind of like. I'm like, if he really fans out here, it's going to be all Jets. Even if he sucks, it's going to be like the Jets did it. To me, it's like. But then people like we have all these weapons. There's no way that he can. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? More, and then what's his name, Master Maker, whatever his name is. That guy seems to be pretty good. He's like a big,
Master Maker, Oklahoma State. Yeah, was that North Texas?
He plays. Dude, I like the kid. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I like the kid from Notre Dame, Carr. He's just to me. He's like Carr. He's a little small. You know what I mean? Like they say he's like 6'2", 6'3", but he seems like. The dude that went to Indiana, the Indiana coach was on with McAfee today. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, Signetti, I did. Yes, great interview.
Such a good.
Love McAfee. Yeah.
Such a good interview, man. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But they really love that quarterback. But he's small too, man. He's another. I mean, look at the quarterbacks next year. A lot of them are like the dude from freaking Ohio State. He's small, bro.
Julian Sand. Yeah.
He's like 6'1", if that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. Murph, I got to hear from you. 3,500, 3-2 ratio. Statue? Or what are you doing?
Statue.
I'd be okay with bringing him. I've preached it on this channel a lot. If you're bringing a rookie quarterback in, I want him to sit for a year. I don't care if he's drafted number 1 overall, number 15, 32, doesn't matter. If you're bringing a rookie quarterback in, I would love for him to sit. Now, I don't know if we're in that position to be able to do that, but if Geno Smith gives me that kind of stat line and we win 8 or 9 games next year, then I'm willing to bring Geno back another year
Yeah.
and let him do his thing while also kind of showing the Rook how it's done, you know. Even if he's not the biggest mentor, or he's like, whatever, Rook, still the rookie watching him do his thing would be huge. And just being able to sit there on the bench and kind of absorb it all, learn everything, learn how it is to be in the NFL and to see the speed of the game, because that's the biggest thing, is just adjusting to the speed of the game, because these are the best of the best, the fastest of the fastest. And
Chaos.
it takes a second for them to learn that and get the anticipation down on their throws and things like that. So I want them to sit. And if Geno gives me anything like that, then I'm totally down for it, man.
Yep. I mean, the quarterback spot is insane when you think about the line of scrimmage, bro. Like how much is going on.
Let me just follow that up, Murph. A 5-year contract for a first round pick. How many years maximum would you burn on putting them in an incubator?
That just depends on the quarterback, man. If
there's no
one
maximum
of those quarterbacks
for
that
me,
just
man.
blows up one year out of nowhere and they have 15 starts under their belt and that's it, then yeah, I'm willing to go 2 years, hell, maybe even 3. But if you got an experienced guy that's done that and he's done it for multiple teams or whatever, because you know how the college landscape is nowadays, every quarterback's played for multiple teams, which is kind of a good thing, because they kind of learn different aspects, different things, different coaches, whatever. Then if they have a little bit of experience and they got 30 starts under their belt or so, then it's okay, just a year, it should be fine. It depends on the guy.
Chris B, what do you think, sir? Because I can hear you now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. We got you, brother.
Yes, our guy.
Let's go.
Would you bring Geno back if he threw for 3,500 yards and maybe he had 30 touchdowns, but he had 20 picks, and we went 8 and 9?
Personally, I would. The thing is, I just like his mentality and his professionalism. Being an adult. So the thing is, if he brings just stability, that should be good enough to carry over. We should keep him on the roster.
At least for one more year, right?
Yeah, because I feel he's going to maximize his opportunities. He's going to revive himself. I believe that he's going to be competent enough. We should just keep him on the roster because just to have that presence is goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, leadership role. Even if we draft a rookie type scenario, and they compete, in 2027 for a backup role, he'd be a good veteran quarterback to have. That's a good point, Chris. I like it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy.
Chris got a very calm. I like that. Very.
Oh my God! Right? His
demeanor.
Yeah. I'm ready for a massage or some meditation.
It's a tough question too. Nailed it. I like it.
Damn straight. Does anybody have a question for the panel on the panel chat?
I'll
Do
throw
you have
something
a
out to you
question?
guys.
Yeah.
You ready?
Let's go, Eddie.
So let's talk about Glenn. And let's talk about the coaching staff. You guys were touching on it earlier. Murph was talking. By the way, Murph, my neighborhood in the Bronx there's 1,000 Murphs. But Big lot, big, huge family. There's many Murphs.
You know what? That's hilarious because I bet you the same thing can be said about West Virginia.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
say so. You
Yeah,
know,
my dad was Murph, and you know, in all these chats and things like that, Jake Asman and all those, everybody, it was just Daniel Murphy in the chat. That's my name, you know.
yeah.
And I don't know. I just felt like when I got on the camera, like I had to just have like a simple name, like so.
Yeah,
I
it's
just was,
great.
you know,
It's
it's fucking Murph works. You know, it's simple.
Yep.
People, you know, whatever. And I kind of, you know, felt like more of a man when I took on that moniker. Shit, you know.
Yeah, shit. I'm with you, bro. Yeah,
Hell
there's
yeah,
a lot of
dude.
Murphs, bro. So it's a big the Murphy. That's a big tribe, the Murphys. But so I love that. I love the coaching staff that Glenn. So like Murphy was saying earlier, like I was really down on the team, like coming into this year, you know, and then the firings happened and all that, and I was just like, oh my god, like what? It's just so. I didn't even want Glenn to be hired, but that, you know, I liked him as a player or whatever. I want offense. I want offensive coach. I don't want McDermott if, God forbid, you know, this whole thing goes awry or whatever.
Tomlin.
I need an offensive guy. I can't do defense anymore.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But put all the, you know, go give a first round draft pick and get O'Connell. You know, I'm down for that.
Yes.
You know, give 2 first rounds and get McVay out of the Rams if him and the which I don't think they are beefing over there. You know, the GM, but I don't think they are. I think they're close. All right, so but now when Glenn made these changes and Reich came in and listening to Boomer on the radio and all that, and him and Reich are tight and blah blah blah. You know, I was really pumped. I'm like, this is really, really good, you know, and then bringing in the quarterback coach, which you guys were talking about before, bringing in Rex Ryan's son. I'm not a big the wide receiver coach we've had forever. I'm not a huge fan of his because I feel like, you know, who has developed other than Garrett? You know, it's been like, I think he's a
Sean
good, I don't know if he's a
Jefferson.
good coach, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's very hypey and all that, but I don't know if he's good tactical. Like, you're watching soccer World Cup right now. Why is Messi the best ever? Because he's tactical. You know, he's not like the big dude from Norway, whatever that big blonde dude was.
Holland.
It's just
Yeah.
amazing, dude. Like, you know, there's players like that, and then there's like these tactical little guys that are like, so pulling it back though, when we brought in the new coaching staff, I was pumped. I'm like, great. I love Reich. We got the adults in the room. I think he's very humble. He's gonna be really good for Glenn. Glenn's incredibly arrogant. So I'm excited about that. Now here's the part, and I'll shut up. So with that said, I think that I'm really rooting for Glenn and for this coaching staff and for it all to come together. Hell, I'm rooting for the quarterback we drafted this year to be the guy. You know, you never know. Let's see. You know, who knows? He's a little small, but his arm's good. I think his arm's better than people think it is, but I think he's pretty good, man. You know, and he's got a lot of he's got the it factor. But if it really works with this crew and Frank retires and we got Rex, it's really the perfect thing. So I'm really rooting for it. That's one part of it. The other part of it is Glenn ever going to be a guy that doesn't get his ass handed to him by like sophisticated offensive coaches? You know what I'm saying? Like, because he just... to me, like you talking about the Titans game, that is a must win. Like, you have to be solid at it, because Salah's a good coach, but he's not a great coach, but he's never ready. Glenn impressed me 2 times last year. He was ready for game 1 last year, and he was ready after the bye, and that was a really good sign, actually.
Yeah.
But you know, we have to win that Titans game. But then here's the thing with Glenn. Glenn is one of these coaches after he gets to, and it's going to be interesting to see if Frank can somehow pull this out of Glenn and get into the humble part and more into the tactical part that I was kind of talking about. Whereas after a win, so many coaches do this, and Salah did it. It's a lot of defensive coaches, minded coaches do this, where they get a win or two, and they think that they get all hypey. You know, they get all hypey, and then they get oh shit, sorry for that. They get smacked because they're not ready, because they're not tactical. They're not like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know if Glenn will ever be a guy that can take his baseline up to a point where gets a win, gets another one, and he's just like whipping coaches, like in chess. I don't know if he'll ever, but I'm rooting for him to be that. And it'll be interesting to see if Frank can somehow layer that into him. So I said a lot there, but do you guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I love so like Glenn's he's a young head coach, right? And he's going into just his second year. And we haven't won more than 7 games in a decade. So can Aaron Glenn be that same guy and coach well enough? Can we string wins together while maintaining it? Because Aaron Rodgers touched on it after we smashed the Patriots week 2, like 24-3.
Yep.
And can we string these wins? Can you keep these guys, all NFL players, the highest level of football, and can you get them to consistently string performances like that back to back? So, fun stat fact, last year, 73 NFL games ended in a field goal or less. That tied an NFL record with 2018. So that is the level of competition that you're facing in the modern day NFL era.
Yep.
So that's a great point, Eddie. I think there's more pressure probably on Aaron Glenn over Geno Smith, but that's a great point. I like that you said that. That's good.
Yeah, thank you.
Can Aaron Glenn be that guy? Can he string wins back to back? Say we beat the Steelers week 1.
I mean,
no.
from what I've heard, he's built for this shit.
Don't let go of the rope,
Don't let go of it. Oh, also, if I may interject real quick, to Eddie's point, we never really got to. He's going to be the defensive play caller this year, so he knows his job's on the line. So there's not going to be a Steve Wilkes scapegoat if his defenses play poorly. He's going to be the defensive play caller, and we knew Rex Ryan could handle that pressure. Can Aaron Glenn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was good.
Chris B, what do you think about Eddie's question, brother?
Yeah, so basically I think Glenn's his culture changing skills, I feel they're good enough to like get us like to a on a contending team. Like, so basically just like being consistent enough when it matters most. I feel like will pull us out of the gutter, and like just like if we can get like to a caliber where like we're wild card, I'm all for that. So basically like just being like aggressive, but like because the scheme demands aggression. So I feel like his philosophy is going to do well because like he has the reins. So hopefully it's a superpower, but we'll see.
Well said.
I see what you did there.
We're all hoping
for. Yes, like not only does at this point he have to get this team out of the gutter.
Yeah.
He has to build up the culture, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter when it comes down to it. He has to get the team out of the gutter, but like Eddie is saying, we have to see if he can handle
winning,
even a modicum of success, right?
Yeah, not just adversity, but success.
If we did pull off 2 or 3 wins in a row, like, can he keep this team locked in? Because that's a big part of these teams that go on these Super Bowl runs.
Oh, hell yeah.
They have to stay locked in because they win those couple games, 2-3 games, and they think they're hot shit, man. They start, and then they take their foot off the pedal, and next thing you know, they get their asses beat,
We haven't had a coach that can handle that.
So there's a lot to coaching, man. That's why it's super important, and this year is really big for Aaron Glenn. Not only does he have more talent on the team and less excuses, but also he's the one running the defense now. And there's no excuses. That defense should not look near as bad as it did last season. And it's a big year for Aaron Glenn, and I'm not like I'm not expecting a lot out of him, but I hope he proves me wrong. Like, I really do. Like, I want him to. Because, dude, it's Aaron Glenn. Like, he's,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
no, it'd be dope.
we
He is a
all
bad
want Aaron
motherfucker.
Glenn to succeed. But it's just
Mhm.
like, after seeing what we saw last season, we're like, wow, is this dude a clown? Because he's coming
Yeah.
off kind of like his teams are booty cheeks. That the product he's putting on the field sucks. And then he's saying all this wild shit. And it's like, you can say that wild shit if you're winning, but you don't say that shit right now because we have been through way too much as Jets fans. We don't deserve what the hell we've been through.
True.
And it's a big year for Aaron Glenn, and I really hope that he pulls it out of his ass. I hope that he figures it out and he gets his team on the right track. But where I'm sitting at right now, I'm not super hopeful about it. Right? You know,
I feel like that's fair.
I hope he changes my mind about it. You know,
Murph, don't you think though that if Aaron Glenn, the Jets savior, the former Jet savior, fizzles out, we can just go to the next former Jet savior, Kevin O'Connell?
I like
dude,
KSC
bring
a lot.
me an offensive coach, dude. I'm all about it.
I'd give up a
I
one
wanted
for
an
him.
offensive coach
So,
last cycle. Bring
Every
me an
cycle.
offensive coach, somebody that knows what the hell they're doing, and
I wanted
at
Cliff
least
Kingsbury.
score points, nothing else.
You like Kingsbury, huh?
No, I like Kingsbury. But to Murph's point, we haven't hired an offensive head coach since Bill Parcells, Jake said on the show, and that absolutely blew
Adam
my
Gase.
mind.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. I guess
But I
Gase.
mean,
That
But
was
does
Chris
that
Johnson.
really
It
count?
was a Chris Johnson hire. Yeah,
Evidently, he
That's
was
a good
like
point,
sniffing in the
Ga-
office. Which is crazy.
Gase is a great
Peyton
coach.
Manning.
Yeah.
Gase is he's
I
a great
have heard
coach.
that.
Tom Cowherd loved him. He's just like, he's great. He's like the next thing. You know, it's like, oh my God. What about? Oh man,
I think the Vikings would be dumb to fire KOC, but
I
if
don't
he's
think they'll let
available,
him go.
Murph, I know you gotta run, so I want to pitch this to you, man. Do you have a final question to leave us with on your way out? If you don't, it's okay, but I want to give you the floor to say what you got to say, brother. Man, also, let me just say, man, it's been a treat to have you this long tonight, man. The show really is made when you're in it this long, even when you're not, man. Just when you're here, gracing us with your presence. Yes, we love you, brother.
you are the
I
man, Murph.
appreciate it, Dane.
Perfect man.
As far as a final question before I deuce out here, guys. Let's keep it pretty simple. It's just what from last year to this year, like when we look at this upcoming season at the end of the year, what to you is do you think is going to be the biggest change? And then you guys can go around the panel.
Interception.
Okay, before we answer, yeah, go ahead, man.
Go
Later.
ahead, sorry.
See you, fellas. Have a good night.
You're the man, Murph. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Oh, yeah.
Much love, brother.
Murph's the
Love
man.
you.
That was a good question.
Yeah.
That was a great question.
I missed it. Sorry, some stuff at home. What was it again?
He's asking what our biggest expectations are going to be at the end of from the start of this season to by the end of next season will have changed.
The biggest shift. I can
Okay.
go first. I think it's Frank Wright. You know, it is for me. I mean, it's if when Glenn hired him, I was just like, he's the perfect guy for Glenn. You know, he's got wisdom. He understands humility, and look, I mean, people like, he's older, and he didn't do good in Carolina. I mean, he had no control there. You know, like temper got involved, and you know they say
weapons.
Yeah, he didn't even. I don't think he even wanted that quarterback. Temper wanted him or whatever. And, so, you know, Frank Wright, the adult is in the room, and I think that he could really, you know, I think it's the missing ingredient that Glenn. I'm rooting for Glenn. I think Glenn has a lot of great things, you know, but the one thing is the arrogance, and the arrogance, like anything in life, like people, you know, arrogance will mess you up, bro. You know, and I really think that. I mean, messed Glenn up last year. I mean, he set himself up. I was saying it at the beginning. This time last year, I was like, what is this guy doing? Like, he's going to fall on his face. You can't put that stuff out there, man. Like, you know, like, You got to back it up. You know, it's like the dude on the corner, like talking smack, and then someone just knocks him out, and you're like, oh my god, you know, like you knew it was gonna happen. You know, like it's just inevitable. So I
It's
really
coaching.
think,
It's coaching.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
it's just, so I really think that Frank Wright is the missing ingredient for, and Dunbar too. Hell yeah, Dunbar is going to be
Yeah.
big.
That's good too.
And I like the little sprinkle spicy sauce of, you know, Seth Ryan, because I
Me
really,
too.
and dude, one last thing, the offensive line coach, our O-line coach is like freaking, he's going to be, call me crazy, he'll be top 5 soon. I'm really high on our offensive line. Frank Wright actually said that's one of the main reasons why he wanted to come was for the offensive line coach.
So just to be clear, Eddie, you're saying not
Frank
Sean
Wright.
Jefferson, not Sean Jefferson.
Sean, not a huge fan of Sean Jefferson. I like him. I like him. I think he's like,
Great
you know,
human.
he's entertaining and like he's very feisty and he's really yelling but I mean, I don't like, who was he developed? Am I missing somebody? Other than Garrett, but Garrett is just a, you know, you can drop Garrett off on Mars and Garrett will like figure it out. He's got an old soul and he just knows how to, you know, he knows how to handle, you know what I'm saying? Like
Maybe his son, but like even that's a stretch. Van. I mean, he
I
made.
don't even know if his son's still playing, is he? Van Jefferson.
Good question. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I'm rooting
the
for him.
Rams.
I like him. I just don't know if he's a great wide receiver coach. You know?
Right.
Yeah, great
I'm with
human.
you. Derek,
good guy. A lot of drops. You know, like, can you teach them not how to drop the ball? I mean, like, do we have to? Are we going to correct that this year? Like, like, dude,
You're on the judge machine all day.
Come on, dude. It can't be that complicated. I mean, it's just like, holy crap. Anyway.
It's true. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Derek, anything to add? I mean, Eddie stole all the good ones, but there's some dark horse candidates. There are.
I think so too. Shout out to Murph, 91 babies. Hell yeah. He's the absolute man. Can't wait to be on future shows. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you so much for having me. To that point, I think I don't know. I think Frank Reich is going to be one of the most competent offensive coordinators that we have had in quite some time. And I think by the time you look at the start of this, the Jets are the only offense since 1970 to finish bottom top 10 in the last decade. So I don't necessarily think that we're gonna see that with Frank Reich's offense. I know the stats are daunting. I'm kind of a stats nerd, but I think if in terms of the upcoming season, I was kind of surprised we didn't draft a running back. I know we got Nguanu. Kind of a big fan. I think he's mostly a kick return guy. I think him and Chris Banjo and Isaiah Williams are going to absolutely dominate again. I think we had finish with the top third special teams unit in NFL history. So I'm not worried about that side of the ball per se. How healthy can Braylon Allen be? Can he get us those clutch third and short yard situations? Can we run more of a 13-man offense with 2 tight ends on the field? And if we're going to keep Ruckert on the team, dude, I just want to see my tight ends walking. I want to see my receivers walking. I just want to see a more aggressive offensive line from that standpoint. And I think that if we do, to my point earlier, we had a top 7 rushing attack the first 7 weeks into the season. I mean, basically prior to Braylon Allen going down. Can we convert first downs? Can Frank Reich put the players and the weapons that we most certainly have? We probably have one of the most speedy offenses in the NFL. Yeah. And how does wide receiver 4 shake out? Because it's Garrett Wilson 1, AD 2, Omar 3, and then Tim Patrick and Arian Smith probably going to be fighting for 5. I like Arian Smith as a gunner. Stiggers, I think our cornerback depth is really good. I was calling in the Boy Green show was like 3 weeks ago, I think, and I was really expressing my thoughts on that. I really think from top to bottom, and I know on paper don't mean much because a lot of Super Bowl runs it relies like a lot on just staying healthy. If this roster can stay healthy, I really legit think that this is one of the most talented Jets rosters that we've seen in quite some time. So to Murph's point, I think the biggest common denominators are going to be, can Carl Dunbar like have this team in a position? Because I really love our defensive line. I think this is going to be the year that we actually stop the run, because that was one of our biggest daggers last year. And last year, to be fair to Jets fans, we never got to see Garrett Wilson and AD Mitchell on the field at the same time with both their sub 440 feet speed. So I think with Frank Reich, I'm more intrigued to see how AG and Reich like gel. Because if this goes 1-3, 1-5, which I don't think so, I think we start 2-0. I think we beat the Titans and the Packers. But then we got the Lions and the Bears. And Jared Goff is top 10 quarterback in the NFL, in my opinion, especially with Gibbs and Monroe and Jamison Williams in that offense.
Dude, they have Pacheco now too.
Isaiah,
Yeah.
got rid of
Jeez,
Montgomery.
man.
No more Sonic and Knuckles. I think that's winnable.
I'm more concerned with them with Pacheco than I was with Montgomery. Call me crazy, but like Gibbs, Pacheco, like
Pacheco runs hard. We seen that when the Chiefs weighed out the Jets, even though we got screwed on that game, on that ghost hold.
You know what? Let me ask you this: with the World Cup raging on, and you also mentioned the wide receiver 4/5 battle, and you also mentioned your need to see pass blocking from the skill set positions. Are you at all like concerned about the departure of Alan Lazard?
I don't think so. He was a great run blocker, not gonna lie. But he got cut a year too late. I think he's a free agent. Yeah, he's nowhere. Yeah, that's one of my most intriguing parts. Like, I think I just want to see receivers. That's like, I watch a lot of college football. Like, I football consumes my life. Like, I live and breathe this stuff. Yeah. Like, I just want to see aggressive wide receivers up the field. And I think that with everything we have, even Garrett Wilson can be an aggressive blocker, like when he needs to be. Yeah. Especially if you're going to press coverage him. And that's why I just want to see a 13-man rotation or front with Mason Taylor and Sadiq on the field, because I think Mason Taylor was our leading pass catcher once Garrett Wilson went down. Yeah. And
I think he led the team in receptions all year. Yeah.
And I'm hoping he can stay healthy. That neck injury is rough, but he's had a full off season. So, and his dad, Jason, is he'll probably be a Hall of Famer, Jason Taylor, at some point. And I like Mason at LSU a lot too. I think with his blocking and pass catching ability, he has a chance to be maybe a top 15 tight end in this league. So I'm mostly intrigued to see about my most interesting aspect about our offense is how Frank Reich decides to utilize Ruckert, Mason Taylor, and Sadiq. And I think that's going to define a lot of our offensive success outside of AD Mitchell, Garrett Wilson, and Mason Taylor. I think so.
I love it. Chris, what do you think about Murph's parting question? Do you have something you're, enormously intrigued by?
Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to. I think from last year, I feel like the offense should be more, centered around the player's strengths. Maximizing the talent.
My battery's dying. I'll be back.
I'll take care of
it. Okay, Eddie.
Love you, buddy. Put us in the best position to win. I just want to see Reich, use Brees in like kind of like more like empty backfield sets like that. Open up, like more screen passes. Scheme that. Because he can thrive with picking up yards after the catch. Mm-hmm. So basically, like, get him in the open space, creative touches, things like that, and just see where figure out whether the defense is playing, like what coverage by using a lot of motion, pre-snap motion. So yes, can we get like multiple backs on the field? Like, I just want to see our offense outscore opponents, which we have the pieces and potential to do.
Agreed, and I'm right there with you because like some of the biggest gripes I've had the last I don't know 6 8 years has been not with what we've had. It's the usage of who we have,
Hmm.
especially during the Sala era. I feel like so often I was scratching my head at not who we had in the roster construction, but it was the usage. You know, it wasn't just Garrett and Brees, but it was God. I don't even know, man. I don't even want to think about who was before that. But it's like, can we just get this guy more looks like this? And it just never happened. But yeah, I'm with you, Chris. For me, like my answer. I think it's probably the same as Eddie and Derek kind of said,
Yeah.
with like the offensive staff. I really like, and I'm intrigued by Musgrave and Seth Ryan specifically. Why them two and not Reich? It's not that I'm not intrigued by Reich. It's just the fact that I'm super intrigued by the other two. Um, and why Musgrave? Personally, I think Musgrave was a huge voice. I mean, he was a former quarterback here in Oregon for the Ducks, beloved guy, and I think that he weighed heavily on us drafting Sadiq. I know Reich did as well, but I just wonder, like looking forward, is he also a big voice for us taking Dante Moore next year? Possibly.
Ooh.
You know, he's plugged into Oregon. He's alumni, like, but also like Seth Ryan. I mean, I have doubts because like he came from a defensive family, but also like yeah, maybe that got his foot in the door in the NFL, but he's also hey, he shoved that door open and he's still pushing his way through the foyer. So I'm intrigued to see how that all plays out because I think even if Reich fizzles out, I think we keep the other two. Musgrave being the quarterback whisperer, hopefully, with the Oregon ties, with an Oregon quarterback coming up the pipeline, maybe two with Raiola there. Not saying that that'll take time to play out, but like, hey man, like keep Musgrave, keep Seth Ryan, let Reich audition to come back for more than a year, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm intrigued by the offensive staff, how they handle all these weapons we now have. I mean, we gave Reich and Musgrave and Ryan, all three of them. We gave them, dude. We gave them Sadiq. We gave them Cooper. I mean, we gave them A.D. Mitchell, which I mean, we didn't know they weren't here then, but like they have so many lumps of clay now. How do they mold them? Like, and it goes back to usage, which what Chris said, like, use them right. I mean, we have pieces, but you got to figure it out, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. Reich, figure it out, Reich. But like, if we lose Reich, we can replace him. Let's keep the underbelly. That's what I'm more intrigued by the underbelly than the top of the totem pole, if that makes sense.
True. Yeah, because even if we love all those coordinators per se, if AG does fail, which I'm hoping he definitely doesn't, we could. I mean, the new head coach is going to bring in his own staff. So even if we like the guys that are already on the roster, because the only position coach that we can maintain is special teams coordinator, which is
Chris Band.
all well and good. But I mean, yeah, to your point, Dano, yeah, no matter, because Seth Ryan and Musgrave could be great at their job. But, I mean, who's to say, and I hope this don't happen. I'm not trying to put it in the ether or anything. But if we start 1-4, 1-5, fire AG, who's going to be our interim? It's probably going to be Frank Reich over Banjo. So, like, I definitely hope that doesn't happen. But to your point, yeah, it's good. These coordinator positions. I was listening to NFL radio at work like a week ago, whenever I was at work, and they said there's 36 new coordinators. I think it was Bruce Murray, 36 new coordinators in the NFL this year on offense and defense. So there's a lot of new to every NFL team this year. So like, there's a lot of pressure to succeed right now than any other time in the modern era. So it's going to be an interesting balance to see how things shape out. And I'm very intrigued to see how this works out. But to your point, Dano, I like Dante Moore a lot. And a lot of people called Sean Payton goofy for drafting Bo Nix, but he had 60+ college starts. And Dante Moore's going to be pretty close to that. So the more college starts, the better.
Well, and next year, I will say the Ducks are set up to win a lot of games next year, which is good. Yes, correct. Money, baby. But dude, that's gonna put Dante Moore right there, assuming he stays healthy. The only question is, how high can we get? Because I mean, Dom was adamant, like, we can get to 1 if we want to, even if we pick 10, 15, and 25, we can get to 1. I don't know that we can, man, because like, you got to have a seller, you know what I mean? But I also don't think that Dante Moore dodged us. I think that he just wanted to win a ring, and he's going to get the chance to. It's interesting. What I don't want to deviate too. I mean, Daniel does mention, the connection to Musgrave. He didn't realize it, or maybe he did. But hey, JT, welcome, man.
What up, JT?
You know what? We're getting super late here. Why don't does anybody have one final question maybe for the panel? We'll hit that and then we'll bounce. I don't know if you guys have one on deck, but I could probably find one if you don't.
That's a great question. To your point, real quick, I think Dante Moore just loved Dan Lanning a lot. I'm a big Dan Lanning fan, and I think with the money that you can make in NIL, I don't think any NFL franchise. I thought the whole narrative was kind of a joke, but I don't think Dante was trying to dodge the Jets. But I think any NFL quarterback would be happy to come here.
Personally, I don't think ours, the Cowboys / Packer pick, or the Colts will be even top 10. I think we're going to be picking like 2 to 3 times in the teens, and we might get up to like 6. So I'm a little worried on what our selections will be there. But, maybe that makes me optimistic, because that means we're going to be a fringe playoff team, I don't know. We all, I mean, we kind of need it, right? Like,
Jets fans could definitely use it.
Okay, I got one for us to take us out, guys, and also, like, first off, both first time callers, thank you, because you've both done
my pleasure.
Dude,
thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Because it keeps this interesting for me, first and foremost, to speak to new people, also people I know from the chat. JT, is anyone on Green Bean Island, man?
Tough to get there.
Dude, if we perform well in preseason, even preseason, we might all be there. Okay.
Yeah, let's get Chris Traveler back.
That's all. Yeah, that's Ryan Spadola, man. Okay, final question.
What's up?
Because Derek, you've mentioned it a few times. If we start 1-5, you could see AG being fired. Blah blah blah. Let me just ask you this: is is his seat hot? Because I do have an answer on this one. Chris, we're going to start with you. I want to know, is AG's seat hot? Like, can he be fired in October? Can he be, he's got at least till Thanksgiving trade deadline. Does he have all of year 2? Like, what would need to happen for his seat to be hot? Is it hot now? However you want to spin this, I just want to know, because Boss Girl, avid viewer of the channel, is adamant his seat is not hot. It's all fake news. And others I see, like Derek, and even others, like, I don't even know who, but I'm just saying, like, you get mixed opinions. That's what I'm trying to say. Chris, talk to me. Is AG's seat hot?
Yeah, I would say, like, must-win games, of course, because if not, we face dismissal. The thing is, we have to translate, some on-field improvements and stuff like that, which I think he will. I think we have to build early momentum. So the thing is, like, can we steal games early on? Can we, can we put the best product on the field early? I believe that we will. Um, I think Glenn has to prove it. He has to. Where it matters most, just like taking, like, handling things better with, game management and stuff like that. So if we see it, the eye test potential, um, I'm just gonna ride with it, see how it goes. So I think his seat is hot, but I'm not giving up on him. So
So it's not like piping hot. It's just like a kind of wait and see for you.
yeah, because of course we want results, but it's about development too. It's about progressing in the right direction. It's about, you know just like improving in areas as best we can, and like just giving them like the most time possible, even though like you might not want to hear it, but it's just riding the wave and see where it goes.
Dude, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Derek, what do you think? Do you agree with Chris? Do you differ? Where do you draw the line there?
I think it depends on, say the record, say we are 1-4, 1-5. Are they 2-point losses? Or are they 20 plus losses like we experienced last season? If we're 1-3 out the gate, but we have like 3 losses by 7 points or something like that, I could maybe see him retaining his job. I know Woody has a lot of love for him, but a lot of stuff I see publicly, it seems that Woody is he's not really laying back to not put the pressure on Aaron Glenn. And I've seen 2 of Bill Parcells' most recent interviews, and they're not necessarily indictful to Aaron Glenn being here. But I'm on Crispy. I want him to win so bad. I'm so sick of looking for new head coaches. I am definitely tired of hiring first-year head coaches that have to learn while they're on the job. I think his seat is hot, and I think that the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season, we're really going to find out AG's, like, if he's competent enough to be a head coach in the National Football League. Because I'm really rooting for him, but I do have my doubts. But I think it's how you lose and how you win in this league. 10 NFL coaches were fired this last offseason, so no job is safe in the NFL. That's why I'm putting him on the hot seat. I think last year was the first time 10 NFL head coaches got fired in the offseason, and I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but I know it's been quite some time. I hope he wins, but I'm more intrigued to see on if Muji is tied to Aaron Glenn at the hip. Like, if Aaron Glenn struggles, does Darren Muji deserve to be fired, even though we traded up in the first round to get Omar Cooper at 30 overall? Does Muji get credit for earning us 5 first-round draft picks, which can completely change a franchise if you get said picks right? So I'm more intrigued about how Muji fits into this team long-term compared to Aaron. I hope Aaron stays. I'm a big Aaron Glenn fan, but there's just a lot of off-field stuff and how he handles his pressers that makes me a little skeptical. But I'm definitely pulling for Aaron Glenn because I think he's a phenomenal human being, and I think it'd mean a lot to old school Jets fans. Since I didn't get to watch Aaron Glenn play, I think it'd mean a lot to them, and it'd mean a lot to us too. So that's kind of where I'm at. I hope he wins.
I love it. I love it, guys. You know what? I'm going to give my answer. I'm going to give it with my final take here in a moment. Let me just, like, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys both for calling in tonight. Derek, especially to you, man, because I think you got the ball rolling with the new callers, man.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, man, for I know what it's like, man. I started as a caller on shows, man, and it's nerve-wracking to first time call somewhere, and it's like, Do I need to have something prepped? Can I just come? I hope that I've portrayed here. You don't have to have anything prepped. We'll come with questions and get you going. Hopefully it makes us easy to talk to, but appreciate you taking the plunge, man. I hope it was a nice dip in the danger zone ponds.
yeah.
But you got Chris in here, man, and I think Bill did as well. Chris, I hope this isn't your final danger zone call. Same with you, Derek. Eddie will be
Thank you,
back,
Dano.
man. Great addition, Eddie, as well.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
guys. Have a good weekend, man. Both of you.
You too.
You too,
Signing
guys.
off. JETS. Jets. It's gonna be a fun one, guys. Thanks so
Yes,
much,
sir.
Dano, Chris. You guys are the best. Love y'all, man.
Love you too.
Good
Can't
night,
wait to
guys.
call back later. Thanks, guys.
Later. See you, Chris. Moderator of the year. Take that, Bill.
No,
all right. My final take when it comes to Aaron Glenn's seat allegedly being hot. Hopefully, there's still 15 in here. I'm going to give this take my all. Here is my final take. And it does involve a little bit of hopium, a little bit of projection, but also a lot of just reading tea leaves, man. My final take is that Aaron Glenn gets the entirety of his year 2. I hope you guys were sitting down for that one. It was definitely hold on to your socks, No, I'm serious. Like, I do. Like, you guys know, Aaron Glenn's semi-royalty in this fan base, especially in the front office. I do think that they put him on a pedestal. I think that's a large part of why he survived his 0-7 start. Not only that, he survived us selling at the deadline. He survived us tanking down the stretch when it was probably the easiest we could have ever had, just firing him. Who could argue it at that point? We kept him. We kept him then. We kept him in January. We kept him the entire time. Okay. Is Muji and Glenn tied at the hip? I don't think so. But I think that Glenn gets the entirety of year 2, like I just said, but also I think Muji is already into year 3 on his his job security, because most of his year 2 stuff is damn near under wraps. I mean, he's got the trade deadline, he's got cut downs and stuff, but I long story short, I do think Glenn is here. And I mean, if he starts 0-7 again, like these guys have said, context matters, the eye test matters, all of that. But grand scheme of things, I do think that he does enough to stay the entirety of year 2. Now, the only thing I would say is that there may or may not, there probably is going to be some potential in the coaching pool 6 to 8 months from now, 6 to 7 months from now, even. Then I think we look at it. Give him this whole year. He's got Gino. He's got draftees. He's got youth. He's got new staff. You got all 17. We're not gonna tank again, okay? Let's not do that. Let's go win as many games as you can. Okay? That's where I'm at. I think Woody Johnson loves that man. Okay? And it really boils down to that. I think he loves Aaron Glenn. Does that buy him all 5 years? No. Come on, man. No. But I think it does buy him the entirety of year 2. And I think he, yeah. Let's say, again, don't go 0-7 to start, okay? But at the trade deadline, are you 4-6, 3-7? Okay, 3-7. You've matched our win total. I'm just saying. Final answer: he gets all 17. I don't know. That might be a hot take around these parts, but yeah, that's my final take, guys. I hope if you're joining us late, not only spike the like, whatever, yeah, hit all the buttons that you like, but dude, the first 2 hours we had DomC in here, man. Okay, skimmed to 30 minutes in, but then we had Dom for 90 minutes, pure, unadulterated Jets talk, good stuff to read up on, to listen in on prior to training camp opening. Then we had all kind of callers, man. Charles was in here. We had Derek and Chris B. We had Happy Eddie McGuire. We had Murph for almost 4 hours tonight, which is something we haven't had probably in a year. Like literally almost 4 hours from Murph. Hell yeah. Banger of a show that I wasn't sure how long was going to go. Definitely not this long. Not even half this long. So I appreciate you guys. We had people gifting channel memberships. We have new subscribers that I know around the community that finally found us. Really nice to see. Maybe we will get to 700. And I don't have a deadline. It's just ever. Maybe. A number I didn't think was possible, man. I'm not going to shoot for that and then move the goalpost. Hey, we get 700. Job well done. People are finding us on Friday nights of all nights. Well, guess what? If you're not a Friday night person, check us out on Sunday nights, where it's not me and Murph. It's a different flavor in the Danger Zone. It's me and of the Brooklyn Brothers food review fame, the dynasty, the Cravat Brother dynasty. Jeremy Jets Chaos and I do a Sunday night show as well. Not 4 hours. Okay. No, not like this. It's more, more like, have you guys seen Chaos and O'Leary, where it's like boom, 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 chat, boom, 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 chat, boom, 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 chat. That's kind of what me and Chaos try to do here on Sunday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, another late night show. But that means you can start our weekend, Friday nights, start your weekend with me and Murph. You can end it with me and Chaos. I know that's way too much of me. Sorry, guys. But yeah, do that. Check us out. Glad to have you guys. 17 still in here. 1:30 on the East Coast. 10:30 here. Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend. And hey, let's go Jets. Training camp is coming, whether we like it or not. I will say, according to this offseason, I think we all are liking it more than I thought we would. So, Danger Zone out.
I love the show. I love you guys. Fucking, let's go Jets. Jets, Jets.
Oh my god. You guys are bad.
Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Dano.
We can't all be beautiful.
Danger Zone, baby.
I think he has more thought-provoking questions.
I'll be in the danger zone.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Totally, back row.